Sometimes like all you want to do is run. Hear me out, hear me out. If all the things you never show, there are the things I want you to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't want to tell me now, I guess I'll never know. Losing almost all my energy. It's getting hard to talk to you, and I'm the only one who speaks. It's all the things you never show. There are the things I want to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't want to tell me now, I guess I'll never know. Here we go.
Okay, hey guys. So yeah, I decided to do another live. My husband's like, really? He's like, but you just did one. And I'm like, anyways. So I thought I'd do another one because now that we've had time to absorb it, I figured that we'd go through that video again and we're going to discuss it now that we've had a little bit of time to think it over. And of course, if you haven't hit that like button, please hit that like and share for Jack and Lily. That's why we're here. That's why I'm doing this live again as well to talk about Jack and Lily. What happened to Jack and Lily? So thank you guys again for joining me. I don't think that anyone was shocked. And by the way, I meant to bring up the poll and I was going to, and then we got sidetracked. And so basically on the last poll, it was asked about, is this a shocker to you? About 70% said no, that it's not a shocker at all to them. And definitely not to me either. We have heard from Darren actually, who talked about Daniel's habit and, going to classes or, I've never had some sort of substance abuse in my life personally, but I do have a niece who's been struggling with meth since she's been about, 15. She's like 35 now on there. So definitely people that we all know that there's lots of people in life that struggle from different types of addictions and stuff like that. So we're going to get into that. I think what we're going to do this time is I played the video 3 times in the last live. So again, it was, I wasn't prepared to do a live, to be honest, at that time. But of course, I wanted you guys to have that information. And if it brings a lot of awareness to Jack and Lily, absolutely. Got my butt up there. And now I think we'll talk about it and we'll play it again, but we'll stop and play and see what your guys' thoughts are. Don't forget the fundraiser that Alana and Bree and Belinda stand behind and are doing is to help find Jack and Lily fundraiser for the bracelets, for the decals, for the keychains, for the support. So whoever wants to, of course, support that, know that it's on the community post as well. And this is the website if you want to reach out to Alana. Alana King _ at 8. So let me say that again. Alana King _ 8229 at hotmail.com. You can find that on the website. I'll reach out to her, reach out to the group and stuff like that in the chat. Go support if you can. And if not, please at least hit the like and share while you're here at minimum. Thank you so much. Okay, so good evening, everybody. Thank you guys again for joining me. Appreciate that. Steve C., you're married to somebody in the chat. I can't remember now who. I can't remember whose wifey you belong to. Or wait, you're the wifey, right? You're the wifey of, can't remember now. It's vaguely, it's in there somewhere in my brain cells. Hi, Orly. How are you? I'm in recovery. Thank you for speaking up. A lot of people have addictions. Don't be ashamed. Some people, it's a hard struggle that people have, whether it's drugs, whether it's gambling, whether it's, an eating disorder and stuff like that. No shame in your game on that. When people do struggle with this stuff, it's real. It's not like it's not like it doesn't happen. It happens like I said, my niece has been struggling with it for a long time, and stuff like that. And at the end of the day, I guess, it depends on who you are, but hopefully you have a great support system around you. And if you are, even at this moment, obviously there's numbers to call. I don't have any on me right now, but bottom line is that a lot of people struggle with addictions. But anyways, happy 4th to the U.S. neighbors south of us here. So hope you guys are having a good day preparing for your fireworks going on there. That U.S. We used to have these amazing fireworks here in Vancouver. So for anyone that doesn't know, I'm from Vancouver, the western side of Canada. This case is going on the eastern side, the Maritimes. There's a 4-hour difference in time. So let's see, it's pretty late over there, 11:30. But we used to have amazing fireworks from all the world that would come over here and do their fireworks displays and stuff like that. I know London has some great fireworks that go on and stuff. But today is Happy Independence Day to the United States over there. So hope you guys are having your barbecues and drinks and, your fireworks and your family get-togethers on there. So recover out loud, friends. You'll inspire someone. And just like me, you guys, a lot of times you guys will hear me speak up about DV, domestic violence, of course, because I've been in that situations more times than I care to remember. And 2 of my relationships, but especially my first one, taught me a lot, made me stronger as a person, made me not take people's bullcrap, as well. Probably became off too strong at the time, had to calm myself down. But when you suffer from like a DV, it's, I wouldn't say it's so much the physical, it is the mental, that people can actually, treat you like that and do stuff like that. But I'll never, ever blame anyone for a situation that I put myself in. It's not the way I work. I don't do the poor me syndrome. I let myself do the poor me syndrome during my divorce from my ex-husband, Steve, not my current husband, Steve, the ex one, and I let myself feel sorry for myself once. Once I decided to say, you know what, I'm just going to feel sorry for myself. Worst decision of my life. I would say that was probably about 9 years of pulling myself out of depression. If I looked at just how long it went on for, but always, 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 I knew that there was a light at the end of the tunnel, but I had to make those choices, right? I never blame anybody for anything of choices that I make. So hopefully you're not one of those people that wallow in your own pity. Hopefully you're a person that makes a difference in your own life, because only you control that. So with that being said, I appreciate you guys being here. I really feel like this relationship between Malayia and Daniel was toxic, and that it was not good. It comes across like it's controlling, jealousy for sure. And those are out of the words of them. Okay. Whether they realize what they're saying or not, these are the words, they're coming from their own text and their own words. Howdy, Mark, and yes, they are buzz, but I think one manipulated more. Hi, Lee, how are you? Didn't know why I didn't know I was going to be on. I was sitting there discussing it with myself, and then I decided, you know what? Do I have anything better? My husband's gaming right now, yeah. So I'm not one of these people that need to go outside and, and go. So I'm not a social butterfly outside. I'm a homebody. I prefer it that way. I've spent enough time in my life being that person that socializes. Now I'm just more of an introvert homebody, and I prefer it that way, to be honest. And you guys are my family. And so so now it's a criming shaming. It's a criming shaming. It's a criming shame army. We are the army for Jack and Lily, and for any other of the missing and the murdered advocates. We are the voice. It's because of us that we make a difference. Remember that. We make a difference on the impact of how these cases can go. Less the noise behind it, but we can take a case, we can take a missing person, and we can splash it across the internet faster than you can bat your eyelashes. That's how fast we can do it. That's amazing that we have the technology to do that in missing children's cases. Before, remember, they were always on the milk bottles, the milk cartons and stuff like that. And I wish that they were still, but we can do that all because you guys hit that like and the share. It hits the algorithm. And this is, of course, you guys know I preach this all the time. Never do it for the sake of the channel. Always do it for the sake of the missing and the murdered and the families that are looking for the answers. Okay, so I don't care who did what. Absolutely. The important thing is what they do now. How can they make this right for those beautiful children? Buzzkill Charms, you are absolutely 1000% correct, right? Taking accountability for your actions. Should there be any involvement from the family members, which I believe there is, and exactly, and it's being accountable, right? So many people, of course, they're afraid and whatever, but you know what? You got yourself into a mess, again, then it's up to you to get yourself out of it and at least be a decent human being. Anyone that has any answers, and if you haven't come forward, again, be a decent human being in life. Do what you're supposed to do. Do what you're morally obligated to do, right? Just like the teachers and that, they have to. They're obligated, right, to call CPS and stuff if they feel like that there's a situation going on in a child's home. These are our beautiful gifts. That's what these children are. You guys, I keep doing lives, and because this case, it means a lot to me. I know I don't know Jack and Lily, but you guys know how it is. We take them on as if they're our own. They become a piece of us because that's how much we care about the children in a case. And in this case, just by looking at these children on your screen, Jack and Lily, that these are beautiful children that deserve so much more than what's going on with them right now, whether they're hidden, whether they're not alive. These children deserve the best. And so hopefully answers, to me, they're unraveling, all those little puzzle pieces are starting to come together. And again, thank you guys for being here. I've seen a lot of people saying, we love you, Sonny. And I want you to know that means a lot. It means a lot that you guys care that much on this channel. So thank you so much for caring. You guys are going to make me tear up, which I already am. Stop it. But thank you guys for saying all those kind words. I never look for the kudos of anything. I always just look for the unselfishness of everyone working together to try to provide answers in the missing and the murdered cases. But in this case, obviously, it's Jack and Lily. Thank you very much for the birthday wishes. I fear for Malayia. Happy belated birthday, Sonny. I fear Malayia may have been using as well, and that could possibly absolutely be true. It could be, right? Someone needs to come clean for these precious babies. Absolutely. I need to wipe my eyes. 1 second. Sorry. I'm if you guys haven't noticed, I'm very, very passionate about children. Children and animals have my heart. And it brings me so much pain to my heart. So imagine what Belinda and the rest of the family that have no answers or don't know what's going on. Imagine how they're feeling every day, especially those that are very close, right? That are the immediate family members. And here we have kind of three families. We have, Belinda's side over there with Cody being the paternal father of the children and Belinda being the paternal grandmother. We have the Martell side of the family, which is considered the stepfathers of what people call him. They've been in a relationship between 2 to 3 years. We'll just call it that because some of the friends have said 2 years. And so it's probably been about 3 years, I would say, somewhere more in that area. So somewhere in there, okay? And then, of course, we have the Brooks Murray side, which is the paternal mother, Malayia Brooks Murray. And so it's kind of like a triangle, if you will. And the person that I'll always give the most amount of love and care towards is Belinda. She deserves it. She's fighting for the children, for answers. That's what she wants. It's been hard on her. You know, all your love and prayers and support make a difference. They mean a lot to her, obviously. But her justice and fight is for answers for Jack and Lily, her grandbabies. I'm here. I hear it from my house, and it is loud. Don't know how long I'm gonna. Oh, hey, Ken. I know, Ken. You've had a long day. Ken's been splashing a bunch of pictures in mine and Charmaine's and his group together of working at that lobster fest and stuff like that. Um, Everyone's gone Sunday morning. So, Charmaine's saying everyone's gone. Everyone that's missing Charmaine, she said everyone's gone Sunday morning. So I might do a live Sunday with Charmaine and that because she's had family and all that over. Anyways, thank you guys. Just want to say that from the bottom of my heart. You guys did an amazing job on the last live for hitting those likes and shares. Appreciate that. You guys, by the time I got off, it was about close to 800 likes. So thank you guys for caring so much. And again, this is Lily, and you are Lily and Jack's army. We are the voice for these children, and we will continue to be until there's answers. And I really think that the answers, like I said, they're slowly coming out. And I'm still going to personally thank Darren for all the fighting that he's been doing for the truth for Lily and Jack. I don't care what anyone says, okay? He has stirred the crock pot. Regardless of how you feel about him or any of the information he's giving out, okay? Thanks to Belinda, thanks to Darren, thanks to others, right? Thanks to Daniel, thanks to Logan, thanks to Haley, and stuff like that. Now, just quickly, so some people already know who Haley is, which is the half sister of Malayia Brooks. I will share an old picture with you, but I'm not going to tell you what her last name is. You guys, if you guys are a sleuth, you guys can figure that out yourselves. But I'm not going to put out her last name to that. But give me a second here. Image file. Now, you guys, this is an old picture. Okay, remember that. This is going to be about from 2013. Okay, so I'll put out this one. Okay, her and her sister. Okay, that's back when times were obviously a lot better in her life. And we've all listened to Belinda talk about the Malayia that she knew versus the Malayia that obviously of today and the situation going on. So Haley again is Malaysia's sister, half sister. Okay, so I'm just going to put that up there for a moment. I know someone's probably going to screen grab, and that's perfectly fine. Okay, actually, I'll show the other one that I have. We don't know what the true story is. Okay, so there we go again. We don't know what the story is behind all of this. We don't. It will come out. It will. The Belinda, when she spoke about Malayia, again, said that this was a mother that, was meant to be a mother. So great. This whole situation going on has her flabbergasted as well, right? Because it's not the Malayia that she remembers. And I'm sure that Malayia maybe more wanted to be the Malayia that she remembered and stuff like that. Okay? But it's about Jack and Lily. The answers will come. They will. Okay. So, screenshot it and give it to Sunny. Give me what? Again, if there's something that you want me to see, do it like on Dolly's channel where you guys put out the big stop sign. Okay, if it's something important, maybe, we're going to go through this, guys. Okay, I just wanted to talk a few minutes to you guys personally. Just knowing that behind situations, right? We don't know what the full situation is here, but It's definitely unraveling. And I thought you were talking about the truth. I was going to say I didn't think you lived that close. I'm not really sure. You guys know Kent's from Pictou. Not sure what you're talking about for that. Anyways, I'm gonna scroll down. Um, you had a wonderful heart, much love. Thank you for all your hard work. Hi, Raindrop Lost. What a beautiful name. I love your little avatar picture with your ears. um, there's a huge load to carry with these cases, Sonny. It's so good you can release those tears. They are healing tears. Absolutely. I used to cry at every situation when I was younger. Somebody said something wrong to me, I would cry. If I watched an animal get hurt, I would cry. If I watched human beings hurt each other, I would cry. I would cry. Then I ended up in an abusive relationship that I allowed myself to be in for 11 years. And I didn't cry as much. Well, I was. I was crying on the inside. But I knew that I had a choice, and I'm the one that had to make the choice. And it made me my experience from the 11-year abusive relationship, it made me stronger, right? It made me a lot stronger as a person. I've cried so many times, like I've cried enough in my life, but anything to do with children, I can't even express. Like there's not even words to express how much children mean to me because they are just precious. There's nothing unlike having a beautiful child that's created by, however it's created, whether it's out of love or a one night stand, it doesn't matter. These children come into this world innocent. And for people to take away their innocence, or harm children is just beyond anything I can imagine. And same with animals. They're innocent. I can't tell you just how deeply angry when you're following a case and people are lying and you know that they're putting themselves ahead of these children. Does it make me angry? Absolutely. Makes me more than angry. It's sick. It's twisted that people are so selfish that they won't give out information, that they'll hide behind the truth because they're selfish. That's what it boils down to. They're cowards, they're weak, and they're selfish. So if you have something to say about Jack and Lily, I suggest that you turn that information over to the RCMP, to the number on the phone, and say what happened to Jack and Lily if you have any answers. And if you're Malayia or Daniel, you need to speak up. There's beautiful show. Hey, buddy. Buddy. I was showing people my gift earlier that you gave me for my birthday, right? So this mug, it's hard to see, but it says, I'd shank a bitch for you. Right in the kidney. Charmaine, she'd do that. Yeah? You got Lana there being the ninja on there. And then she gave me a nice pendulum. So I asked the pendulum earlier, Charmaine, hold on, let me ask a different one. Is Charmaine a good friend? Circle for yes, back and forth for no. Because it works, Charmaine. This thing works. Yeah. Ready? Circle for yes, back and forth for no. See? You're not a good friend. But you were a good friend to buy me this. I told you it's not broken. It works, Charmaine. It called you out. No, just kidding. Thank you, my friend. I love you. Charmaine, of course, is out of Canada. We met through True Crime here on there. She has her own podcast, but she only does it sometimes on there, you guys. So thanks for being here. Okay. Probably like, shut up, play the video already. Thank you guys. Yeah, for anyone that wants to bitch that I talk too much sometimes, not gonna lie. Okay, sometimes I ramble a little bit, lot bit, whatever. I don't care. I'm just Sunny. That's who I am, but sometimes I could probably talk less if a guest is on. Sometimes. Okay, whatever. Okay, call me out, whatever. Okay, so we're gonna again scroll. I know you guys are saying a lot, and I'm so sorry. that I'm missing some messages going down here, because even at a minute, I have a minute for you guys to type a message, but that's not stopping you guys. Like, I'm still scrolling here. Thank you for subscribing, Betsy Richard. Okay. All right. We miss you, Charmaine. Sharon Parker. Come on now. Don't feed that ego. Don't feed her ego today. Thank you. I'm just a lost soul, hun, trying to find my way. You'll find your way. You know what? I want to preach this just for a second. Okay. There's one thing in life I learned was love yourself for who you are. Don't care about what other people think or say. It's what you think about yourself that matters, right? If you're struggling in life, again, the only person that's going to truly do anything for you is yourself. Okay. So if you are one of those people struggling in life and whatever, please, do this for yourself. Do it because you love yourself. It doesn't matter if it's an addiction or DV and stuff like that. Do it because you were put on this planet to love yourself. Who gives a shit what anyone else thinks? As long as you know that you're fighting the path for whatever your dreams are, whatever your hopes are, whatever issues you need to fix, and stuff like that. Nobody can do it besides you. Remember that. Okay. I knew that. I learned that a long time ago, right? After the abusive relationship. And so for me, again, I'm not a person to wallow in my pity. I'm not been that way, because that just leads into poor me, life sucks, the world sucks, blah, 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 blah. You're given a life, make the best of it, with what you can. And if you've been broken, fix yourself, fix your heart, repair your heart, and just love yourself enough, okay? That's the best advice I can give people, is the moment you learn to not care what other people think, and the moment you learn to love yourself, is the moment you'll change your life around. And you'll do it because you're doing it for you and not anybody else. Remember that, please. It's a good lesson. My niece, again, she struggles with a meth addiction. She's been doing it for a long time. She knows her auntie loves her, but she has to, right? She keeps going on and off the track, type of thing. Right now, she's off. I always wish her the best, but it's a real struggle. It's a real struggle, and people, sometimes when they hit rock bottom, they still don't know how to pull themselves up. Got to love yourself. The minute you start realizing you love yourself and you hate being in that space is the minute you'll change, because nobody else is going to do it for you unless you want to do it. Charmaine, come on now. Bye-bye. Okay. I love you guys. Give me a second. Thank you for everyone. It's been hard. Absolutely. Life, I call life a roller coaster ride, goes up and down and all around. But, it's kind of like making lemons out of lemonade, right? Again, you got to do it for yourself, people. Okay? Be strong. Absolutely. I'm weak. Don't get me wrong. I have my moments. But behind this is, what makes me strong? I'll tell you what makes me strong besides the abuse, is that my mother left our dad when we were 5 years old. My mother was in an abusive relationship. And I used to sit there and be the protector that would come out in the hall at 3 years old, 4 years old with my little blanket, right? I didn't want to ever feel that type of frightened, because as a child, I didn't know. I was just scared that my mom was going to die or something, right? I was just 3 years old, and so whenever I heard my dad yelling and something getting smashed, it scared the living bejesus out of me on there. Maybe that's why I'm pretty sure I became a protector, about people. Well, I think it was just built in me anyway and stuff like that. But I look to my mom. My mom, my dad took off with my brother to England, and she was raising me and Tanya and Paula. And she was not a person to go on welfare, and she did for 6 months so she could go to community college in Chilliwack so she could raise us. So we were poor. Okay. We had 2 toy businesses, but my dad didn't know how to handle money, and my mom was sick and tired of my dad. And so she took us away from that, of course, situation. And so my mom raised us. So when I think about my mom and everything she did and everything she's done, she's dead now. She died at 67 of cancer. But I drew a picture of my mom because I'm creative, very creative actually. And so I love to make tribute videos or paint and stuff like that. People have the work office is filled with my paintings inside of them as well. But I look at my mom's picture that I drew, and every time I feel a bit of sadness. So whatever your strength is inside for you, and I'm sorry if I'm preaching a little bit, but I don't really care. Um, but whatever your strength is, I look to my mom and I think, I know what my mom would say. Quit sniveling and whining and pick your ass up, right? And basically get over it. There's no, basically you can snivel about it for a moment, but after that, there's nothing you can do about it. So, basically march forward. My mom was a fighter. I'm a fighter. And it's because of my mom being a fighter that I just look at her picture and think exactly what my mom and my grandma would say to me, which is quit whining and suck it up, buttercup. So that's what I do. That's my strength whenever I feel sorry for myself. My mom's picture. Okay, guys, we're going to play this and we're going to talk about it. So I'm not going to play it fully, meaning I'll play it and stop it and talk about the certain parts of it. Thank you again, you guys, for being here. Please hit the like and the share. All right. So 1 second here. I got to pull up the channel. Again, thank you guys for helping this channel, Hidden in the Fog, gain some more subscribers. I'll put, sorry. I'll bring it up in a second here. So present. Okay. So again, take this, whatever you want, with a grain of salt, should you want. Haley is the half sister of Malayia Brooks Murray, and there's a TikTok channel, and it's Susan, SUZANNE, and then it has like a K or a Q, and then some numbers after it. Okay. Bottom line is, lives, as soon as they're done, they're gone, right? And then people screen record them. Anyway, so this channel has picked up another one. This one is of Haley talking with Suzanne. I think it's maybe Suzanne is her name. I say Susan, but I think it's Suzanne. And this is the one where Logan was on, and then Logan, Cheryl was on, and then Logan came on, and now Haley's come on. So you can understand why, just like it's a crime and shame when someone finds a space that they feel is a safe place to come, that, where you're not being like judged and stuff like that. And then you can just come on and not be attacked and stuff like, and I'm not saying that the chat people in the chat can't, but for me, I just want to hear information. So obviously people, because of Logan and stuff like that, they're finding a safe space on the TikTok channel over there. So take it with a grain of salt, because although I've just showed you a picture of Haley and Malayia, and Haley is the half sister, I can't sit there. Obviously, it's an audio recording. BC proud. Still, I would desert you, but I love you for making me play the Rickroll on there. Thank you, BC proud. Thank you, guys. Again, happy 4th to the American neighbors over there. And I'm just going to start playing it, and then I'm going to stop and we'll talk about it. And then we'll look at what you guys are saying in the chat and how you guys feel as well. Right now, there's a poll going on, and 51% are saying the truth is coming out, and 17%, I'm not sure, I believe this info is 17%. I'm still so confused, 14. Grateful for those talking, 18. I think most of us are really grateful for truth coming out, that it's unraveling and it's unrolling. So let's just play a little bit, and then, like I said, we'll play some, and then I'll stop it when I need to.
Basically identified and said, yes, that looks like it could be Lily's blanket. Oh, here she comes. Good. It's much better if somebody who was there, actually. Welcome, Haley.
Hi.
Hi, welcome.
Yeah, so just touching on the subject of the blanket. I've kept pretty quiet. I have a son of my own, right? And Lily and Jack are my niece and nephew. But yeah, the subject of the blanket, it was found on a tree branch on Lansdowne Station Road in the evening of day one.
Okay.
It was used, or the other part of the blanket was used for a window or a door at the home, and it was thrown out. And this one just ended up on a tree, I guess. But yeah.
Interesting. And so you guys, I understand one of you took a photograph of the blanket and took it back to Malayia for identification?
Yes, Hayden and I did. Yeah.
Okay. And then she said, yeah, it is. And so you called the police who went and, I guess, collected it?
Yeah, no, the police were already down searching that area, but it was in such an open spot that cops were already down there and it wasn't seen earlier on. So it's just all a little mysterious, you know?
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. So was search and rescue in that area?
I don't believe on day one right down there right away. So I was there from the get-go of when everything started.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so I don't know how it was missed because it was right on like the start of like a logging road or ATV trail right by the main Lansdowne Station road, the dirt road. But yeah.
Okay.
1111 True Crime Super Chat. $2. You're awesome. Thank you. Thank you for all you do. Red heart emoji for Lily and Jack.
Back at you. Thank you, 1111. 1111 is my favorite number to see, regardless, because 1111, you know, as we know, and to me, it's always been about the angels are around you and talking to you, me and my husband. So whenever I see 1111, if we see even 1112, my husband's like, suck it, 1112, you know, but 1111. So I know of your channel. Thank you very much for the super sticker, and thank you for all you do in covering cases as well. Appreciate that. So again, you guys, we're talking about this pink blanket at this part of this TikTok live that had gone on, and some definitely important information. And we're going to definitely be talking about the different things. But what I did want to point out with this particular conversation of the blanket is, of course, we hear of this pink blanket, that part of it was used, whatever is a window covering. And the other part is found about a mile or two down Lansdowne Station. I don't know if an ostrich flew freaking over, crow, you know, hawk, took that blanket and put it a mile and a half that way. What do you guys think of that? That's crazy, right? Like, it's one thing for it just to be down the road a little bit, thinking that maybe some birdies got at it. But it's like, well, I think they're saying kind of like half. I don't know if it was half, but we weren't there. But still, it's like a mile or two. And then it's not even down the road. It's kind of like down the road and then down a dirt road. So what do you guys? Pretty convenient to be found where they found it. Is this a misdirection of information? And the RCMP know this? Truth and justice for Lily and Jack? Absolutely. I want to see what you guys have to say about maybe by a four-wheeler. Absolutely. Maybe by a four-wheeler. Exactly. Planting of evidence, perhaps, to make something seem like it's different. Remember, this is speculation on this part. So we want to make sure that it's in your opinion. You never accuse anyone of having done something to these children when we don't know the answer to that, regardless. So just make sure that that's speculation and in my opinion, just like this is in my opinion. And in my opinion, I absolutely believe that this is family involvement myself. But when I'm trying to, so after the live, right? Because the live, when I did the one earlier, was simply about playing the video, and the chat was going strong, and I wasn't even prepared for that live. But once I was listening to it again and actually truly absorbing the information in my own space, I thought that this is a good time for us to let's gather our thoughts and think about what was said there and how this all fits in to the puzzle amongst the web of lies that are going on. We don't know what's truthful and what's not because too many webs of lies have been spun so far. But anyway, so we'll talk about the pink blanket for a minute. Has anyone ever encountered a piece of blanket in a tree? Oh, yeah, every day that ends in Y, right, Lee? All the time. Every day I might go out there, there's blankets hanging from the tree or not. Hi, Rude Strength. Lily and Jack, thank you so much.
Root Strength Super Chat. $5 Canadian. You're awesome.
You're
Thank
awesome.
You. Lily, purple heart emoji. And Jack, blue heart emoji.
Thank you so much. Thank you guys for your love and support. Remember, it's never expected. It's appreciated, but never expected. I just thank you guys for being here. Thank you for continuing the awareness and the love for Jack and Lily. I hear dogs outside barking. So thank you so much for that. Again, was it the hurricane? No, couldn't have been the hurricane. That was, I think, recent. I mean, remember it was in the garbage or something like that. So, I mean, Darren told a story about the blanket. I don't remember the story, to be honest with you, behind the blanket. Something about a garbage truck. I think it was something about a garbage truck. I don't know what the garbage truck run is, and if it flew out of the garbage truck. And because he said something about a garbage truck. I honestly don't remember the exact story Darren said about the blanket, but it was something about that it was in the garbage, something about the garbage truck. So unless it was one of those pink blankets that flew out of the garbage truck, as the winds kind of picked it up. I mean, I guess that's possible. If we look at the garbage truck route, I suppose, versus where this blanket was found. Yeah. I mean, we don't know because, thing is that when people have had time, we know to think about something, right? So let's say you commit a crime, right? Nobody's caught on to you for weeks or whatever. Well, it's really easy to start thinking about, this information. Obviously, the blanket was found the first day, right? Malayia was asked, I guess, so we know she was shown a picture. She wasn't physically there. She was shown a picture, and she said she believed it was. Now, Daniel lied and said, no, it had nothing to do with Lily and Jack. Now, think about this now, okay? Because it's just hit me like a ton of bricks all of a sudden. And I'm sorry, Daniel, but I have to go with what my thoughts are. Actually, I'm not sorry, to be honest with you, because we're talking about 2 children that are missing that were with you in Malayia. So sorry, not sorry. So think about this blanket that suddenly emerges in a tree. And Daniel says that it has nothing to do with Jack and Lily. And then Darren says that he lied, something about protecting Malayia. But now think about this as well. As we're talking, think about the fact that Daniel said, hey, if you find 2 sweaters, wait, hold on, 2 t-shirts, not sweaters no more. I'm not using the term sweaters, which he said in Dolly, but now we're going to call them t-shirts, which we have the screenshots. And if they're found, that just know that they were taken. And I need to let the RCMP know about this, because if you happen to find them amongst Jack and Lily somewhere, I'm innocent. Sus? Absolutely. Who says that? Who says that? Think about this. Okay, I'm just telling you, I'm just going through my head right now, organically here. So think about the neighbor thing. A neighbor comes out, says that this is a crack house, right? Drug party going on type of thing. Couldn't remember if it was Wednesday or Thursday. Now, if you listen to Daniel, he does say not that night, meaning that there was no drug party or no that night, right? He says that night. So was it the night before, like the neighbor was talking about then, the Wednesday? So this person comes in, it's one of the first things out there. And during the interview, Daniel says, we know who that is. They're just trying to take heat off themselves. Oh, wait. Our bad. Because Haley, the sister, is saying, you know what? Logan's talking, but Logan's not telling you everything, and that Darren's talking. And she says, it's not 100% true what he's saying. That means a lot of it's true. If someone literally comes out and says, that not 100% is true, and then she comes out to talk about the drugs that Daniel was on and is trying to hide or whatever the heck he's doing in this home. Well, think about what Darren said about Daniel having a drug issue. They're hard to kick, right? So now, again, the little puzzle pieces are starting to, like I said, chime in together. Does it make sense? No offense, Janie. What is it about the cupboard? Did you also have drugs in your trailer and that's why you didn't want the RCMP? Just speculating. I mean, you won't even answer a messenger of mine, but whatever is what it is. So I feel like, if you're saying stuff and, whatever reason you're hiding behind a Facebook, whatever, right? If you gave all your information to the RCMP and it's true, and who's trying to call me? 1 second. Wait, are you literally trying to call me during the live, guys? Charmaine Kent. It wasn't the dirt road. Hold on, let me answer the thing. Wait, are you trying to call me, Kent, on Messenger? 1 sec. Sunny, they're saying Daniel's in the chat. Daniel's in the chat. Daniel's in this chat? Oh, you want to? If he is, you want to come up here and tell you the truth? If you are in this chat, I don't see any stuff. Is Daniel here? Well, if he is, he can come up all day long and tell his truth. I'm all for that. On there. Okay. There's 2 blankets. Again, Daniel, do you want to come up and just tell your truth? Right? If things got mixed up along the way, right? Because obviously there's definitely information that's lies, simple as that. But honestly, you're not doing yourself any favors by saying things in chat. It gets easily twisted. But if you want to come up here and you want to just speak your piece and the truth, since the truth is coming out, right? People just want to know what happened to Jack and Lily. They want answers, right? The only answers that are going to come from is basically you guys and whoever else has any information. There's something going on here. Absolutely. Okay, everyone's saying hi, right? People just want the truth. That's it. Okay. I'm scrolling down here. You guys are all talking so fast, man. It's not. Well, again, do you want to come here and just clear it up? You don't have to say things that are important and vital to the case. But for the stuff that you've put out, the information, right? Do you just want to clear it up? You don't have to show your face on the screen. You can just put an avatar on. You know how to, I know your Pokemon channel. I know you know what to do on YouTube. I'll give you the opportunity, Daniel. All I search for is to bring awareness for Jack and Lily. That's what matters. At the end of the day, if anyone's culpable of anything, it will be handled by the RCMP. But if you're going to talk in chats and that, trust me, you're not doing yourself no favors by sitting there putting out bits of information here and there, and it's making you look bad. Okay? There's no denying it. It just is. And it's getting worse. If you have a drug issue, and the RCMP already knows that, then people have drug issues. My niece has drug issues. You know, just if you want to tell your truth, come tell your truth. Just sort it out. I have randomized drug tests. Okay. Again, you could, I mean, you're talking in chat and that's great still, but, you know, if Darren can come up here and talk, you know, I'm sure your mother can. Just, if you're gonna muck around with the internet, people, the true crime, right? You know, there's a difference between, you know, playing to the news channels, okay? Because they work in a whole different way than obviously true crime. Just giving you the opportunity if you want it. It's not a game. It's not a game. It's Jack and Lily. These two children, they're missing. What happened to them? Where are they? Why are people telling lies? Right? Be unselfish, Daniel. Be unselfish. It's about Jack and Lily, right? The truth isn't hard. You said that yourself. The truth isn't hard. Daniel's talked to Charmaine. You know, we never set out to hurt Daniel. Just, again, just tell the truth. That's it. There's a case going on, right? It's not going anywhere. But hiding behind posts and stuff like that, you're not doing yourself any favors. Using the media, that's a whole different thing, right? So I'm going to ask you again. Daniel, get your Pokemon ass up here. Come tell the truth. If you got nothing to hide, then the truth is easy. You've already said a lot of things. So I'm not even asking you for extra information. If you want to just simply clear up the stuff that you have been talking about. He won't reply to me on Messenger either. You know, he's had the opportunity. You know what? It is what it is. It is what it is, yeah? Well, again, there's something happened to Jack and Lily. Malayia Brooks-Murray, Daniel Martell, they were in care of these two children when they went missing. That's the bottom line of it. Now, Malayia does say something, you guys. And I do want to show you something, okay? Okay? Like I said, Daniel knows his own truth. Daniel knows his own truth. Malayia knows her own truth. Anyone else with information knows their own truth. Now, I want to show you something before I carry on. And so, Daniel, again, you know, grab your nutsack, come on up here, say your truth, because again, you keep saying over and over the truth. If the truth will come out, the truth won't, whatever, you know, you're telling the truth, nothing to hide. But you haven't been telling the truth. Whether it's because of Malayia, maybe it's not. Maybe you do have drug issues. Maybe you don't. Either way, obviously, we're just going by what's being said by family members. Okay, so I'm going to present this. Obviously, Daniel doesn't want to. So if he wants to still answer in chat, that's totally up to him on there. Oh, God, I wish I was one of those people that could just totally kiss somebody's ass. Unfortunately, I can't on this one. You know, I'm just tell it like it is. You know, come up, put up or shut up. That's it. Okay. So share screen. I'm not here to play games. These are two children. I do want to show you this. We're going to bring this back up, okay? Because I think this is important as well. I could easily click on this thing. Actually, I mean, let me go check. I can easily tell if it is or not. All you guys got to do is, hold on. Let's first of all do Jack and Lily. Okay, if you're hearing this live, please hit the like and the share. Let me just find his thing and let's see if it is or not. I should always do that first, because there are so many people that do stuff and steal somebody's avatar and then try to speak for that person. So let's see. I just got to go find where he was talking. So, okay, here's one right here. Oh, let's see. Go to channel. Yeah, it's Daniel Martell. It's his Pokemon channel, people. Took me right to his Pokemon channel. Joan, seriously, if you can't literally take a joke, then get the hell out of here. I'm not here to listen to you preach about that. Daniel would know what Pokemon means. Okay, so don't be... Actually, you know what? I don't even want to listen to your stupid ass. Ban. Get out of here. Honestly. Either you're dense or a doorknob, one of the two. Daniel has a Pokemon channel. Okay? It's okay. My son's 28. He has freaking a whole Yu-Gi-Oh thing from when he was 5. Still plays Magic and stuff like that. Anyways, I'm going to show this to you guys. He's a grown-ass man. He is. Absolutely. Hi, little Miss Muffin Top. Sydney, if you don't want to be here, you don't need to be here either. Again, if you want to sit there and act like your shit don't stink in life, and act like because I say get your Pokemon ass up here, if that's offensive to you, please do not be a member and leave, okay, if that's an issue for you. People that know or have any sort of inkling know that Daniel has a Pokemon channel. Again, he has every opportunity to come up here and talk. He's choosing not to. That's fine if he doesn't want to. But I'm not going to sit there and listen to little trivial little things like, oh my God, right? Like, did she just say Pokemon ass? Did she just say that? Okay, get over yourself. Anyways, let's go back to some important stuff here. I'm 58 and I play Minecraft absolutely every week live on there. I just think it's ridiculous. You people want to come in here, you want information, and then you want to make stupid comments about, did she just say Pokemon ass to get his Pokemon ass up here? Oh my God. So 2 children are missing named Jack and Lily. But you know what? Let's be stupid and say, oh my God, Sonny said that. Grow up. Okay? Grow up. So anyways, let's get back to the gist of this. Now, whoops. I keep having that up there. Let me get rid of that banner for a second. Okay, so I'm going to make this bigger, okay? Because there's Kent actually pointed out something the other day, and as much as I read it, it didn't stand out to me until Kent actually said, oh wow, I can't believe Malayia just said that. So you guys know that on May 2nd, Malayia and Belinda had a conversation about, when the children basically disappeared, and Belinda reached out on May 2nd at 1:46 p.m. to Malayia about the children. Have you heard anything yet? Okay. So my thing is that Malayia says, like, there's a couple things that bug me in this particular, well, there's a few definitely that bug me, but the ones I'm pointing out here are because of this information that's been, of course, Darren's been talking about Janie saying that, she basically saw Malayia, like she got her hand caught in a cookie jar and stuff like that, etc. So I think there's certain things within this post that now, in hindsight, and probably should have been picked up earlier, right there, Kent? So in this particular post, she says, I never thought that they would run off on me like that. Now, remember, these children are always supervised. We know that that's just not true, okay? I mean, we know where the scope of where they live, and they're going to be playing outside without them being outside. But obviously, if they have a CPS that has made a visit to them, you're going to say things to protect yourself because you don't want to be known as the negligent mother, whatever it is that you're trying to cover up in a sense. So you're using words like supervision, etc., etc. No, of course. No, of course not. Right, Charmaine? We don't work like that. All right. Again, this is about Lily and Jack first and foremost. any other person behind that comes secondary to Lily and Jack. Obviously, if Daniel and Malayia know the truth and have answers, for whatever reason, there's obviously lies going on, but whatever, right? Daniel obviously is starting to post a lot in Facebook groups and all that stuff. Darren's been speaking out. Janie's been talking. Now we have Haley coming out and talking and stuff like that. I don't care who you are. If you're a family member speaking out, I'm going to listen and I'm going to pay attention. So going back to this post, guys, okay? So that was struck me as odd. But on the third one, it says, okay, I want you to pay particular to this piece right here. Malayia says, you are more than welcome to come search with people. However, the search and rescue don't want too many others in the woods because they are going by protocol. Then Malayia says, many are suspecting they were picked up by somebody. So she says that right here, that many are suspecting that they were picked up by somebody. So I'm curious about that then. One second. So I'm curious about that statement by Malayia, right? Many are suspecting that they were picked up by somebody. Yes. Yes. I'm pretty sure that Janie's been saying this, that Darren's been saying this about that. So those are choice words to use, aren't they, on the day that the children go missing? That many are suspecting this. So again, where does the truth lie with what happened to Jack and Lily? Now, Haley says, I just come out because Darren's not being 100, all the rumors going on the online and stuff like that. But Darren's not telling the 100% truth. Oh, so how much is it? Is it 95%? 90%? Because really, that whole conversation kind of reminds me of many other ones. So she wanted to focus on Daniel. She wanted to focus on telling us about Daniel and the drugs and saying that Logan missed out a big piece. If he does, I'm going to boot him. Yeah, boot whoever, Charmaine, you know it. Take your pot stirring toxic to Facebook. Absolutely. Just boot whoever. Again, this channel is not built around how many subs I can have. This is about awareness to Jack and Lily. If you guys want some information, and this channel has a lot of information to give, act and be respectful towards each other. Now, someone's going to say, Sunny, are you being a hypocrite? Because you just told Daniel to get your Pokemon ass up here. Again, come on now. Seriously, people. So either be nice, talk nice, or get the boot. You're not wanted here. This isn't the channel for you then. Okay? Make ourselves clear. Either you're here for the information in Jack and Lily, or get out. I'm not here to play games, people. This is about two children. Yeah, it's not about, exactly. So I'm not here to play games. Go ahead. If you want to piss me off today, go right ahead. Because you're not going to actually piss me off. What I'm going to enjoy is just booting your ass just because you don't belong in this space of true crime. Go somewhere else and talk nasty and be ignorant and stuff like that. Call me a hypocrite. I don't care. Again, Daniel knows he has a Pokemon channel. Do you honestly think that that's really going to offend him? I mean, you guys have said a lot more about him and saying stuff like that. So people that are trolls, So anyways, let's go back. Let's keep the focus. Okay. Let's keep the focus. The drama is always going to be there in this case. Okay. Until the truth comes out, and even when the truth comes out, doesn't matter. People are going to be like, no, that person's innocent. No, that person is, wrongly accused. Always happens. I don't care. It's kind of like the Delphi murders. Yeah. Right. Oh, poor Richard Allen that took the lives of two teenagers. Yo, I support Richard Allen. Take your loser ass. There, he was convicted, and as shitty as the LE handled that case, that man was still convicted. It was a rightful conviction. And after that, I'm done with the case. It means a lot to me. I covered it until I was worn out. And now that there's an appeal, I don't care. They got the right person. Richard Allen ain't going nowhere. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Okay. So please, you guys, let's tone it down. If there's a lot of noise in here, or just get out. Okay? Unsubscribe. If you can't handle it and you can't play nice, just get out. Go away. Okay. Anyways, criminal neglect of a minor will be one of the charges. Thanks, Anon. Hi, Noli. There has been a ton of videos watched and nothing has been found. No cars, no different people around. So what does that mean? Well, there has been a ton of videos. And there has been a lot of information coming out. And it just keeps coming out. And it just keeps coming out. And I'm appreciative of that. I don't care. And every time I talk, I'm thankful to Belinda. I'm thankful to Daniel. I'm thankful to Darren. I'm thankful to Logan. I'm thankful to Haley. And I'm thankful to anyone that speaks from family that wants to give out more information. It's your job to decide if you believe it or not. That's not my job, right? That's your job. I'm just here to put out factual information and then we can speculate about our thoughts. Obviously, we're going to speculate about thoughts because if it's literally just to sit there and just go over the same material over and beat a dead horse, that becomes boring. I don't play those games. Yeah. Picked up by someone and abducted could be taken as she knows something picked up for them. Again, I'll look at this chat afterwards. And there were two blankets, right? There was the blanket that was covering the door, right? The blanket she said was covering the door, and then the other one. But you know what? Again, obviously, like I said, Daniel, Janie, and stuff like that. You know, if they do, you guys, you can hit me up on Messenger, Daniel, if you want. You know, if you want, Daniel, with your mother or whatever, doesn't matter. You know, just come. If you guys are willing to talk, speak your truth, right? The media isn't. The thing is, again, you can't play the media one way and then play true crime another way. Okay. The news media is only going to cover you as good as information, but they're not going to put out stuff like that we're talking about. They'll put out certain things once they come across it, right? But YouTube, we're relentless. You know that. I know that. You know, it's a wicked game to play. You're playing with fire if you're lying, and then all that information is put out. So if there's truthful information, you got nothing to hide. Okay, so my thing is this about that, guys, is that Ken pointed that out to me the other day because he's like, oh, wow. She literally said many are suspecting that they were picked up by somebody. Okay, Haley's saying pretty much most of Daryl's, he's not 100%. That means that he's a good darn percentage of what he's saying is fact. So if we have Malayia saying picked up and Janie saying, and then Darren swearing up and down by who Janie is, she hasn't passed my sniff test personally at all, but, I'm not here to be her judge and juror either, right? That's going to be up to the RCMP. So if she gave this information to the RCMP and she stands behind it and talks about it, again, it's information that's on the internet. Anything can and be used against you in a court of law. Simple as that, right? So you best be sure that when you're spewing shit, that it's truthful, right? So if the facts are true, then the facts are true and nothing's going to change that, right? But also, if the facts are true, then don't hide. You're coming to YouTube. You're literally coming to YouTube and Facebook for the support and trying to put the truth out there. You can't have your cake and eat it too, Well, you think you can, but you can't. Please try to ignore all the negativity towards you. All of it's coming out because people care. That's true. It's true, Aaron. Absolutely. Bottom line is something happened to these children. That's the bottom line. That's what we care about is Jack and Lily. And again, Jack and Lily were in the care of Daniel Martell and Malayia Brooks Murray. Okay? So the responsibility, bottom line, falls on them. If Jack and Lily disappeared at the hands of them, then again, RCMP will take care of all that once they sort it all out. Okay, so I'm going to go back to that video again and we'll play that. And Daniel might be the most guilty, innocent person. Malayia might be the most guilty, innocent person. Neither of them might have anything to do with the disappearance at all, but that's pretty slim. Right? But we don't know the true answer. So it's just speculation. It's not fact. Okay, so let me take this down. And I need to go back to not invite guest. Not invite guest. I wish my sidekick was up with me, Charmaine. She's so busy though. Do I have that video up? No, I don't. Stop share screen, present. Share screen. We'll go back to. And by the way, for anyone that doesn't know, so this is Daniel Martell's Facebook, right? Pokemon. This is from like 5 years ago. Just so you know. Hi, my name is Dan. I first opened Pokemon cards as a kid when I grew up. Let's see what it says more. When I grew up in Nova Scotia, and as an adult, I would like to share my passion with you, the YouTube viewer. He joined back in September 12th, 2012. Now when I first came across the channel, he had shit all for subscribers, but obviously as people have come to know that he has a Pokemon channel, he's getting a few other people. 25 videos, guys. Again, it's not like you're seeing his face. Well, you see it here in the thing, but he's really just going on about all his different Pokemons and showing you his card packs and everything like that. So that's his channel there. Remember, men don't grow up till they're about 35, but doesn't mean you have to grow up. I refuse to grow up. I turned 56 yesterday, and I'm still a big kid at heart, and I'll always be. Show me balloons, show me fireworks, show me colors. I'm there. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, so let's play some more of this, guys. Thank you again for being here. Please hit that like and the share for Jack and Lily, and keep it nice in here. Mods will butcher. Hi, Chelsea. Malayia was also taking from Amber, or asking for an Amber Alert, right, on Facebook the second day of the missing kids. I've seen that post. Absolutely. Thanks, Chelsea. Thank you for being here. Big hugs to you and your family over there. Give of course, Belinda a big hug from me. Thank you guys for fighting for the fight for, we're calling this Lily and Jack's Army. That's what you guys are. We're fighting for answers, fighting for truth. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. What a name. Verbal constipation. Well, that's kind of sometimes what I have coming out of my mouth there. Many of us suspected drugs from the beginning. Now it's confirmed. Well, again, take it with a grain of salt, right? But use your, of course, brain cells on this, people, right? Okay. Just because someone comes in here and says that they've been drug tested doesn't make it true, right? Again, it's hard. When somebody's not telling the truth from the beginning, how do you repair that, right? You can repair it slowly, but it's about Jack and Lily. If people want to continue to lie, they will, right? It's about Jack and Lily, though. That's what matters, So if you have information, whatever, and you have not turned it in over to the RCMP, please do that. I just want to just quickly see if anyone's messaging me on there. Again, okay, I'm just going to play out some more of this, okay, guys? Thank you so much. Thank you guys for being.
All right. And the other half, right, was found in the garbage.
I believe so. I wasn't back at the house for that to know that, but that's what I'm hearing. Yeah, that's what Logan said. And yeah, so.
Which is really peculiar, right? Like, how, if the blanket was put in the garbage, how did it get out of the garbage and half of it get into a tree, right?
And I mean,
Vanessa girl, I love you. Okay, but there's literally proof that he lied. Like this isn't, like, you can think what you want, and I know that you've been standing behind Daniel like 100%. Well, at least from what I've known, yeah. But you know what? When you have the receipts to prove that he lied, right? He lied. He lied. Darren even spoke for him on top of this and said, yes, Daniel did admit that he lied. Darren's backing Daniel, talking with Daniel and Janie. Okay. I don't know what part of that part, though, you don't understand, because there's physically receipts to show he lied. Now, why he lied? If it was for Malayia, right? Who knows? We don't know the answers to that, but he clearly lied. So that part, you can hold on to that all you want, and you can believe that. But you know what? The receipts show differently. And when you start lying, right, then who's going to believe you? So just saying, Vanessa, I love you, girl, but come on now. Let's at least be on this planet when we're talking about reality, about fact versus fiction. He lied. He knows he lied.
Quite a ways down the road, like down the paved road from where they lived, up a dirt road, a good at least mile or two. So yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that's a head scratcher for anybody, right? Kat is asking, how are you and how is Malayia doing?
Things are, well, you know, everything's touch and go. The subject is very touchy for family. Malayia is trying to live somewhat of a normal life. She shouldn't be expected to sit in the house and be miserable. She can have a life too, right? She just, we don't know what happened. I only know from what I was told. I obviously wasn't there when the kids went missing, but she deserves to not be ridiculed as well, right?
Yep.
So
Yeah.
I'm not sticking up for anybody in the situation. I know as much as everybody else about what had happened with the children, right? So
yeah.
I know as much as anybody else, but who's that anybody else? Is it the whole internet talking about the fact that these children could be hidden, right? The thing that is striking me in this interview is the important thing she wanted to talk about was Daniel's drug issue, okay? Not there's so much more about Jack and Lily, about where they are and stuff like that. But out of all of Darren's story, right, what she wants to tackle is this one piece, which is fine. I mean, at the end of the day, but I find that quite strange that we're talking about two missing children here, and Darren's story encompassed a lot of different things about what Janie said, what Daniel said, and stuff like that. They're absolutely, you know, Daniel can have a drug problem, perhaps, right? But bottom line is, and it might have had nothing to do with the children's disappearance at all, right? Malaya's family, he literally came out himself and said that they're blaming me for having something to do with Jack and Lily, right? But Malayia used the terms is that, you know, people are starting to think that somebody came and picked them up. So out of this whole interview, I have to ask myself, so out of all Darren's story, the part that you do want to talk about, which I appreciate, don't get me wrong, is that you want to talk about Daniel's drug issues or why I shouldn't say that. It's part she wants to talk about this argument and why it ensued, and it was to do with these drugs or whatever, hypothetically, right? Take it with a grain of salt. We don't know the truth behind that. It is family's word, but just take it with a grain of salt because we don't know. Again, people are lying in this. So I'm pretty sure, though. I'm pretty sure, though. Vanessa, I'm going to come pick on you again. I'm pretty sure, though, that when Daniel said that in the text message to Charmaine, when he said that when he was yelling for the kids and his mom came out of the camper, that's a whole different thing. And he said in those text messages, Vanessa, okay, there's no coercion here on Daniel's like manipulation, like you think, in a sense. But anyways, so regardless, he lied. He lied. Whatever the reason he's lying for, again, if it's Malay or whatever, he lied. That's the bottom line. You can't sit there and say 5 times over that you're here to tell the truth. The truth is the truth. It is what it is, right? Daniel has said that. And amongst those messages, right, to corroborate in that, he said that his mom came out when he was yelling for Jack and Lily, right? That Malayia was, picking her butt on her phone or whatever she was doing there, playing on her phone. And then his next version became that, oh, hold on, let me just make that straight. So he says, Malayia asks me, should I call 911? And he's like, well, what the F do you think? The kids are missing. Now, then we hear the version that he says again about that he come out of the woods and Malayia was on the phone. So how can you sit there and try to make, innocence out of that lie? And that's just one of them, right? Maybe Daniel did take care of Lily and Jack a lot while Malayia was on her phone, right? And maybe Malayia was in an abusive relationship or a controlling one, right? Maybe Daniel was doing drugs, right? Again, there's truth. The truth lies here because there's this story, and then the truth. The bottom line is I'm sure someone didn't pin Daniel down, hog tie him up and say, tell a different version, Daniel. Go tell a different version because, I'm going to somehow be in control of your mind and what you're saying that comes out of your mouth. Come on now. So what do you guys, I'm just going to read some of your comments. We only hear Daniel's side. We have no clue what Malayia actually told RCMP. Absolutely. But Malayia does believe 100% that the RCMP are going to solve this. That's what she said. This is a poor attempt at damage control by Haley. Again, take it for however you want for this information, guys. Right? We're all going to have, if we all had the same thoughts, what a boring world this would be. Right? Obviously, a lot of heads thinking about it are better than one. Because there's things like Kent bringing up about her saying, like, although I've seen the word pick me up, it didn't dawn on me. She literally used those words. And then we hear Janie, according to Darren, say that Janie saw Malayia, didn't see the kids, and asked, where are the kids? Basically, I heard the kids. So where are they? Oh, they're in the woods. Right? There's lying by both of them. They're lying to protect each other. Who knows? That the truth will come out there. It will. Right? So whether Daniel comes up and speaks or not, I know you guys all want him to and stuff like that, but, if anything, it's like I said, if he's playing with fire, he's playing with fire. And he'll get burnt if he has anything to do with Jack and Lily's disappearance. If he doesn't, then he'll be exonerated. But at the end of the day, everyone in Nova Scotia is going to remember this case. Everyone's going to remember who Daniel Martell is and Malayia Brooks Murray is. And it will be talked about for a long time because this is the biggest search in history for Canadian. I'm asking, not saying, did you see my question mark, Kent? I don't know. Yes, Sunny, she absolutely has nothing to say about Jack and Lily. Didn't say that they had gone back to keep searching. Nothing. Well, again, oh, hey, Astro by Lauren. Lies and deflection. Just saying on there. Nice to see you, of course. Lies and deflection. Lying's going on here. It's true. It is. Truth is going to come out. I'm just appreciative of the information because I'm not a person that takes everything at face value myself. No. I'm going to take all the information, sift between the shit and toss that out and try to come up with a reasonable explanation for the information that comes out. Hey, Bambi girl on there. Let's see. Did you want to come up here with me, Lauren? Did you want to come up and say anything? I'd gladly have you if you want to. Just gonna scroll down. I'm so far. You guys, I gotta set this thing. I think the rugs have been the problem from the beginning. And we love you for it. Thank you. Let me know, Lauren, if you do. If you're can't, don't worry about it. If you don't like, I'm just throwing it out there. You don't have to be obligated. He was already blocked. Hi, Teresa. How are you? Okay, give me a minute. Okay, I'll send you the link, Lauren. Copy. So, you guys, I'm just gonna need to let my cat out. I'm gonna just continue playing it some more. I'm gonna send Astro by Lauren. She's been on this channel a couple times already, and I'll send her the link, and then she can join us. And yeah, but anyways, I'm just gonna play out more of this. Okay, guys. First and foremost, I want to thank you guys for being here. Obviously, this is about Jack and Lily, the truth, right? This is Jack and Lily's army. You guys are the voice for Jack and Lily. So am I, right? That's all answers for Jack and Lily. You know, whatever happens to Daniel, Malayia, and all this muck and whatever, it's out of our hands, you know. But if people want to speak and that, so be it. Let them speak. If they want to be truth busters or claim they're telling the truth, who cares? Let them speak. Let them tell their story. Okay, let me hit play on this.
Yeah. I mean, it's a tragedy. And I think that what adds to it is the time that has gone on, right? That just simply adds to the stress. I mean, if the police would could figure out what happened, and you know, Lily and Jack could be found, it would give people a sense of at least everybody would know what happened, right?
Well, yeah, it's to the point where it's 2 months too long. As family, like we're hurting over this. Like it's a lot. And I mean, there's been a lot of things going around that's very much misinformation. Like people are just wild in the Facebook groups. I've stayed quiet.
Thank you, Haley. Thank you.
Like I'm in them, but I stay quiet because I have a son at home that I still need to keep life normal for him, right? But people are starting to figure out who I am, how I'm connected. So I figured, you know, I would give my peace of mind and what I know because people are starting to message and ask. But, you know, I do just want to touch on a subject, though.
Absolutely.
The family altercation that happened in the driveway. I was there for that. So there's a big piece that Logan has left out, and I'm ready to share that because we all know and have not said anything. But it's a very crucial point that they seem to be skipping over. So this was just before the briefing, if I can remember quite right here. We were all in the house and Dan was in the bathroom. And when I say we, I'm talking about my sister-in-law, her sister, Leia's mother, my partner. And we were all in the kitchen and we heard like things rustling around in the bathroom. We're like, what the hell? So my stepmom went and knocked on the door and was like, damn, what's going on? Are you all right? Anyway, my sister-in-law went in and said she needs to use the bathroom. So he came out and he's kind of like hovering.
Haley,
and
sorry, Haley. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you, but just because my mind's sort of going crazy with trying to figure out and keep people straight. Who is your sister-in-law?
So Shelby, Cheryl, Cheryl said I was her sister-in-law. It's like confusing, but Shelby's with my brother. She's my sister-in-law, and Cheryl is Shelby's sister. So
okay,
yeah.
All right, okay. Just to get it straight as to who we're talking about, so that people in chat sort of know. Anyway, go ahead.
So like he was wrestling some things around in the bathroom. And we went in to kind of investigate after him. And there was drugs. Drugs was involved, and that's what fueled the family altercation in the driveway. And I'll be the one to say that because I got so freaking mad after this was found out, because then I said to him, I said, that's exactly why you're acting the way you are, running around like a madman, acting like you're doing everything and everybody's just sitting back, like relaxing. Like nobody was, but nobody was running around like a chicken with their head cut off because we weren't on drugs. Do you know what I mean? But that's what the altercation was, because I was like, I confronted his family. It was actually me. And I said, what the hell, guys? Like, what's going on here? Like, why is that involved? My sister broke down and she admitted that he's been on it for 2 years or so.
Have a good adventure,
And
Vanessa.
yeah, so they all got very, very mad when that came about. And they all kind of said, you know what? We already knew that. Well, if you knew that, why the hell is there children in a home with somebody like that? Like, why aren't you protecting the kids that way? Like, do you know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah. So that was the big piece that Logan and whoever else, this Darren guy that is related to Malaya's side, I mean, he's just spewing a bunch of stuff that's not 100%.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
yeah.
none of his stuff can be verified.
Well, again, there we go, you guys. Not 100%. That he's spewing a lot of stuff. Yeah, Vanessa, you have a great adventure. That's the word I always use too. Have a good one, you guys. And again, thank you everyone for being here. Again, if you can't keep it classy and you want to be sassy, you're going to get the boot on out of here, okay? It's just a live. It's about Jack and Lily, first and foremost. As for Daniel or Malay and all that, that's just, information as we receive it. It's better than nothing, right? So even the few words that Daniel wanted to say in here, it's something that he's saying, people. Again, it's not about, for me, about sides here. It's not about Daniel's side for me or Malaya's side. It's just about the truth to what happened to Jack and Lily at the end of the day. But as we said here, she kept saying, right, he's spewing a lot of information. Yes, Darren is. Absolutely. I think everyone can attest to that. I don't blame the guy. If he's trying to find out what happened to Jack and Lily, why wouldn't I listen? Why wouldn't I take that information and put it with the rest of the information? At least people are speaking up and speaking out. So the Martell side, or from that side's been speaking out. So, I mean, it's nice to see that people are trying to come out of the woodwork. Not that they, maybe they should have already. Again, I mean, at the end of the day, if there's information that's being withheld, that's different than people that maybe, there's fighters out there and there's people that are passive and just want to stay in the background. But I wouldn't want to be one of those people that had information about Jack and Lily and that they have an idea and they didn't turn that into the RCMP. I still feel like this case is going to be solved. And I think, I really feel, you guys, I really feel like that the answers are going to come. I want to say soon, but I'm not sure what I mean by soon. When I mean by soon, I'll say, let's say by the end of summer. Let's say that, could be tomorrow, could be a week, it could be a month, could be longer. But I feel like there's answers that are definitely going to come. Aaron, scream shame. I want to both believe Daniel Malaya. Unfortunately, that's just the thing. Is that they're both lying. Okay, that is clear as day. That they both have spoken a mistruth. That was always my issue with Daniel at the start. Is that Daniel, I was always wanting to believe because he is presenting off to be that person that's speaking out, going to the news. People that usually have involvement don't usually want to do that, right? They don't usually want to keep doing interview after interview. But if there's one thing that's clear, and I don't know if it's because of Daniel's insecurities or like Malaya says, that, cares what people think and stuff like that. But he has said a lot of stuff, Daniel, and you have said this, so you can't not undo what you said, is that you basically have said that you pretty much have done everything. And everything you've said about Malaya is in a put down manner. So I don't know if you're blind to what your words are or not, but it has been very clear from looking at the perception of what we're reading is that Malaya didn't want to be in that relationship anymore. In fact, Darren said that, and this would have been probably out of your mouth perhaps, that Malaya was looking to leave a couple months prior, right? Now, this does make sense about why Malaya left, about the, hypothetically, allegedly, possibly, plausibly, right? Okay, so Malaya's in a situation, we'll just say hypothetically. She's in a controlling relationship with Daniel. Okay. He's jealous, you can tell, because of the comments about, that she could never give out the address, would be controlling, about that maybe she just wants to go see Cody. Maybe Malayia just and then he's afraid. Do you know, I want to tell you this just quickly, just a side note there. So I was in that abusive relationship with Dion for 11 years. Okay. Now, by this time, I have, within 6 months, I had met my ex-husband named Steve, that my son is with. Now, there were some items that I never took with me because when I left, I packed up the main things, but I couldn't obviously take my curio cabinets that my stepdad made me and all this stuff. So I called up Carmela, would be the ex, who looked just like me. Go figure. And so when I called her up, I said, look, Carmela, there's no hope in hell that I'm ever going to come back to that abusive man. You can, 1 second.
Oh,
Hi, Lauren.
hey,
Hi.
how are you?
Good.
Listen, I'll be quiet. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
no, just give me a second to finish my thought here.
Yeah.
So I was in, like I said, so I called her up and she was so worried that I was in a whole different province at this point, but that I was going to come back into Dion's life. And, but she pissed me off. So, because I'm like, look, you can have the abusive loser. I just want my curio cabinets and stuff like that. Now, because she was kind of being ignorant to me, I did leave her with this thought. I'm not going to lie. I said, that's no problem. You can have my sloppy seconds, all the way from his head to his toes, but in there, no way, shape, or form am I ever going to go back to him. You can have him. But so it just kind of reminds me a little bit of this thing that Malayia, that Daniel's saying basically like, well, you just want to go see Cody. When she probably could have cared less about Cody at this point. She already, went down that avenue, got out of it. And according to Daniel, he brought her into this, palace, type of a place and environment and to protect her. And maybe Daniel, yes, jealous. A lot of men are, right? I don't put up with jealousy myself. But a lot of men are. And especially if they really love somebody and they do stupid shit, at the end of the day. But this relationship, according to what Malayia is showing, is that it was a controlling, abusive relationship. So think about this. If this is in fact true about the drugs, exactly what Haley is saying is that maybe it is true that Malayia and Cindy don't have the best relationship in the world. Maybe it's absolutely true. But if Haley's talking to her and she's saying, look, you need to do what's best for Meadow. You need to take the love and support of your family because your family is your family regardless. And when something goes wrong in your life, guess who you're running to typically? Your family, right? But Daniel's basically saying that she's a monster. She doesn't like me, okay? And those are those signs of someone like what my ex-husband did with my family to our son. Everyone else, you don't need that person. That person's poisonous to you, Malayia. You don't need them. And then they start actually doing that. They start pushing people away, right? That's what I'm seeing from this relationship here is that there's a man that's jealous and he's in love with Malayia. But by controlling someone, right, she wanted out of it. If he's doing drugs and this Haley, this half sister is saying, you know what, do what's best for you and Meadow, get out of here, go with your mom. Why do you think now that puzzle piece would make sense? Because now she's like, right? She doesn't want to look at Daniel. Daniel doesn't understand why. Well, obviously Malayia understands why. A lot of other people might understand why. But Daniel's like, she couldn't even look at me. She basically couldn't look at me. And then she left with her mother, the mother that she didn't even like or care about. This evil, wicked mother named Cindy Murray. We don't know that that's true. Maybe Cindy Murray didn't like Daniel for a darn good reason. Because maybe he was controlling. Maybe he was, again, manipulative, whatever. We don't know. Right? But usually there's that typical story that happens in relationships like that. And then she gets out of there. Now, the question becomes, what happened to Jack and Lily? Is it true that what Janie saw? She's saying that 100% of, his story isn't 100% correct. And then she wants to focus on that. Is there truth to that? We want to pray. Okay, Lauren, welcome very much to the live on this. Nice to see you again.
Good to see you too.
Let's hear your thoughts going on.
Okay. So I have some pretty unpopular opinions, but I'm fully prepared to share them on the internet. I'm briefed in true crime land now. Like, I totally get it. So I'm ready for any backlash. But I have some pretty unpopular opinions because I think that Daniel is a cad or a card. Is it a card? I think he's a goofball, and I think that he's a liar, but I don't think that he did anything to the children. So that's just where I'm at with it. Oh,
Yeah.
and hello everyone. I'm Lauren, Astro by Lauren. So I am an astrologer and a card reader. So I am speaking from intuition. So if that also makes you angry, like, I apologize in advance. But
Don't apologize.
that's all I got. You know, like, this is my opinion based off of my intuition.
Yeah.
And I mean, my thinking mind. I have been taking in a lot of information. Um but yeah, I think that he's a goofball and he's a liar, and he really did everybody a disservice with the kind of stories he told and the amount of stories that he told. But my unpopular opinion is that now I'm seeing all the channels are focusing on Daniel and Malayia, and I just really just do not think that Daniel is involved with this. So that's where I stand on it. So therefore, I
Right.
prefer. I don't even like pay too much attention to what Daniel's talking about or what people are saying about Daniel. And as far as this cousin, like, from an intuition standpoint, it just sounds like the silliest lie I've ever heard in my life. When I'm hearing her talk, I'm like, this
Wow.
must be how people feel when they hear Darren talk, because you know how people are like, forget, you know, they like really, really, really hate Dermot O'Grady. You know, they don't really like him or whatever. And I know that you, Sonny, I take up for him. In terms of, he did shake the table. He flipped like Jesus. He came in, he flipped the table, and I mean, it. We should thank him. Okay, guys, I live in Philadelphia, so it's like gunshots and fireworks together.
Okay.
It's like it's like, I don't know. Is it gunshots? Is it fireworks? I don't know. So anyway, yeah. So Durbin, you know, if I mean Darren, okay, Darren, if
Darren.
y'all don't have to like him, but or y'all don't even have to believe him, but Sonny, you say he did come and invigorate the case and start everybody speaking up. And I'm just saying that this must be how most of the internet feels when he talks, because that's how I feel about when Helly talks. I'm listening to her, like, she's like, yeah, there was like a blanket in the tree. Isn't that crazy? That's right up there with the I hope my kids are warm today thing. Like, I'm like, these people, it's so clear. I'm like, Malaysia doesn't even have her best lying soldiers out here. Like, if people think that Darren is just out here as a lying soldier for Daniel and Janie, okay, at least he's captivating, guys. Malaya's flying monkey soldier lying monkeys are ridiculous. Like, they just sound ridiculous every time they talk. Her, Cheryl, Miss Cheryl. Another thing about Cheryl. I'm sorry, I know I'm all over the place, but Cheryl was like, yeah, Janie tried to fight me. And then when Logan came on, like, Cheryl just shut up. It's this movie from the 90s called Friday. Like, yeah, when Debo comes in, I be quiet. When he leaves, I be talking again. That's what Cheryl was when Logan came in the chat with her. Like, Cheryl was about to start talking trash about Janie, and she shut up. And in the chat tonight, they're saying that Haley is backtracking on her story already, and of course she is, because she's lying. It's ridiculous. And I'm not a fan of Daniel, but it's just like, I'm like, sometimes I'm like, am I, what is wrong with my eyes that I see things this way and other people not seeing what I'm seeing? It's so confusing
I'm
to
still
me.
here.
But go ahead. Yeah, sorry, you're gonna say something,
No,
Sunny?
no, I wasn't. Go ahead. Go on.
But yeah, I mean, so when I say by intuition, is like, I literally usually am just breaking down reality TV stars and stuff like that. So what I do is I'll listen to the news or an interview or whatever and really kind of check in and try to see, like, okay, does this feel truthful? And um that is this Haley thing did not pass the vibe check on any level. And what I don't understand is people are so quick to be like, oh, Darren's out here lying about everything. this woman came out, and even her story doesn't even have any specifics. Her story is like, so Daniel was there, and then it was like a drug thing, and that's what the fight was about. Okay, like, okay, Haley. So, okay, so we got 3 other people here that are saying it's about this other thing, but you're saying it's about this one thing. And then are we to believe that you know about these drugs and the RCMP doesn't? You know, it's like, it's such a simple, flimsy, and ridiculous lie that I just don't even really understand why we're talking about it like it's a real thing. That's just where I'm at with it. And not just that, but Darren said that he's been clean for 2 years. And then Haley's like, he's been doing drugs for 2 years. Now, my question is, if that baby is 18 months old and he's been doing drugs for 2 years, so then how did him and Malayia meet? Like, you know, like, we have to do, what does Sunny say about 1 + 1 = 2? Like, okay, so Haley comes in, we don't even know if it's the real Haley or who Haley even is, and it's like, Daniel was in the bathroom doing a drug thing. Okay, ma'am. So what? Like, so what? So what are we supposed to do with this information? Where the F are the kids? That is my question. That is my question. And the other thing is, no, I know who she is. I'm just saying that, no, I know who she is. Sorry, I'm just looking at the chat. I'm just saying that it's like the other stories are at least corroborated by other people. This is just one person getting in and saying this one thing. And it's the same thing as Malaya's family members when they came in chat and was like, Daniel is abusive. Just therefore triggering all of us, myself included, who have been through abusive situations, just throwing those allegations out there. To me, they're just throwing anything they can to make it stick. And Daniel, unfortunately, is not doing anything to help his case by the way he's conducting himself publicly this whole entire time. So we can't listen to any words that are coming out of his mouth. So I can't stand up for him. But I just don't understand how no one is seeing this Malaya's family member. Like, it's crazy. It's actually crazy to me that we're discussing this like it's a true fact. Like, I'm fascinated. So yeah, Sunny.
So I'm totally, well, I'm going to disagree with you in a lot of things.
I'm here with you.
Of course. And that's good. You know what? Because I'm not here to take Malaya's side or Daniel's side. And I'm here to take Jack and Lily's side. And I know you are too. That this is about Jack and Lily and finding out the truth. So at the end of the day, I love it when family members speak. It doesn't mean it's gospel, right? So what Haley's saying doesn't make it true. It just means it's another family member. That is Haley. That is the half sister of Malayia. I've already shown a picture, you guys, right there. It's 13 year back in 2013 was when I was just willing to show this. Okay, so that's just to show that yes, this is Haley. I'm not going to say her last name or whatever, because again, the bottom line is, to me, this isn't unfathomable. Because he has a drug issue. He had a drug issue, according to Darren. Now, Daniel has said, come on, bring on the drug test. Now, no one's going to, including Daniel. Hey, you guys, just so you know, I did have a drug issue in the past. Some people are like that. Some people will say that and talk about their personal life. And other people don't want to put that shit out to the internet, but they're going to put out the things that they might think are important to do with Jack and Lily's case or information or whatever. So the thing is that according to Darren, that Daniel, I believe, even said, if I'm not mistaken, you guys in this chat, about him going to
he has randomized drug tests.
Exactly, because obviously, right, and maybe his job requires him to have that. A lot of jobs require you. He works for the sawmill, and stuff like that. So a lot of things require you to have that. But do I think that, so again, it's not to me about Daniel or Malayia per se. At the end of the day, I'm just looking for the information that makes sense to what happened to Jack and Lily. So I don't care if it's Daniel speaking, Janie speaking, Darren speaking, Belinda speaking. And if anyone calls Belinda a liar, like Strain was saying that someone come in here, you can get the F out of Dodge on this one.
It's on site. Yeah.
We will not disrespect that woman in no means, shape or form on this. But anyways, so at the end of the day, I walk away turning my live off, right? Thinking about this case, thinking about what could possibly, where's the truth? They both lied. They
Right.
both lied. We know
Right.
that they lied because of the information that's come out and what they said. They kind of went to this story of about waking up, type of thing, and within 20 minutes, but we know that that information is not true. So
Right.
they're covering up something. Why would you be covering up anything to Malayia or to Daniel about
Right.
two children that you were in care of? Is it because of the negligence? But the thing is that obviously major crime unit, there's nothing to show that there was an abduction. They found nothing in the woods. So the likelihood that this is family involvement is absolutely very, very highly plausible that this is
Right.
absolutely family involvement to this. But they both have lied. And at the end of the day, they can tell all the biggest shit that they want. At the end of the day, the judgment day will come if any
Right.
of them are arrested for anything to do. So it's not even about like even what Darren's saying, it doesn't matter. I take it with a grain of salt, all of it, because I'm here to do my own, just like you as well, or anybody else following the case. I'm here to take on the information. And so
Yes.
never knock information coming from the family, even if you feel like that Haley, for instance, is full of crap and why are we entertaining it? Because it's from family. Doesn't matter. It's
Oh
from
yeah.
family, you
Okay.
know?
Can I say something? Yeah,
Yeah.
I absolutely even when I'm listening to Haley speak, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is literally how everyone else feels when they're hearing Darren speak. Because whenever you say at least we're getting more information and we're hearing for the family, I'm always like yes, and I always agree. So the fact that this like pissed me off so much, I was like having a visceral reaction. But I'm here with you. I mean, I wouldn't say that no that she shouldn't speak up. Like more information is better. It's just
Mm,
that like even when Belinda speaks, like when she was first on here, you could tell that she had her suspicions and her thoughts about Jamie. And I don't disagree with that, but I love to hear it because y'all saying it, so I'm believing it because you guys are on the ground. This is your literal family, and that kind of thing. I guess with the Cheryl thing and the Haley thing, it just rang so false that I just couldn't even interpolate it into my thought process. But that's how most people feel about when Daniel and Darren talk.
mhm.
So that's why I was like, this is how the other half lives. I was like, this must be, and I was like, I totally get it now. So I do agree with you, and so we're actually not disagreeing because you're right, in my
Yeah.
opinion. And
Well,
I'm not just saying that, like you
well,
are correct. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
you
Yeah.
know, the first and foremost is I'm here for Jack and Lily before
Yes.
any family member. I'm just here as a
Right.
channel to bring awareness, and you know that. But I will inhale and I will entertain any information that is coming from family. So I get
Right.
it. There are a ton of people that, like people with Darren are flip flopping, but
Mhm.
everyone wants to believe in hope. Everyone wants to believe that Jack and Lily are still out there and that
Oh, I
these
do have something to say
beautiful
about that.
children,
Go ahead.
you know,
I didn't interrupt.
um, right. And so if there's hope, Malaya uses the term that people are suspecting the children of being picked up again,
Leakage.
right?
Leakage.
So
Yeah.
because again, if somebody is not a good like it's kind of like to me when Jordan was speaking, which is Darren's son, right? And he made a comment to about now he could have got it like he could have said it wrong, Jordan, and that's where shoot I needed to clarify that with Darren. But anyways, where he made a comment that people were accusing him of having the children at his house and that the police were there and da da da. Okay, well if the police are there, then that means that they're clueless and don't have any idea where the kids are. Because if they're showing up at his place, they're not going to be showing up at his place if they already know where these children are, right? So
Oh,
that
I did hear that, but I think that it sounds like after hearing about the Mr. Big Sting thing, I think that's what it's called, and then hearing like the one department saying like that the other department wouldn't give them information, and it would not be outside of the realm of possibility that the only people that know the real facts of the case are the people working on the case, and that even the greater law enforcement doesn't know, in my opinion, because I do remember him saying that, and I was thinking, well, no, they might know, but they might not be sharing it with each other. I don't know. It's just what I'm trying to gather
I
about the
get it.
culture of the police
Yeah.
there.
We're
The only
talking
Okay.
we're talking about a little place though. We're talking about a family environment in Canada. Canada has a lot of land and very little population to that land.
And this
So
is like the rural part of
yes.
Canada.
So
Yeah.
we're talking about where everyone's a family of a family or a friend of the police that are out there,
I
right?
see
We're
what you're
not
saying.
so it's a totally different environment that way because a lot of these people know exactly who the sheriff is, who know exactly who that warden guy is and stuff like that. So chances are it's not this Mr. Big Sting going on, stuff like that. That
Mhm.
it's probably, like I said, more of that small town
Mhm.
crime where nobody goes missing. And it's kind of like reminds me of Delphi, a town of 3,000. And they totally effed up that case, but they ended up getting a conviction. Why? Because of Richard Allen's own words. And he
Words. Okay.
placed himself there. Now, in this situation, we know that they collected camera footage like when you would think that they would have had that already. We don't know for a fact, like tell me, you guys, why is there no cadaver dogs? That brings alerts to me that, yeah, I don't care if you have one, but when you've got missing children and if the parents are suspected perhaps of foul play, then then they are. Now Darren has said on here that the RCMP literally said that, Daniel, we believe you did it, right? So
Okay.
in saying that, if again, this is coming from Darren on that one, okay? So now again, Darren's not out here to try to bullshit us or mislead us on purpose. I don't believe so. I believe he believes what he's being told, but
Mhm.
I believe in his fight for Lily and Jack first and foremost. And there could be a lot of truth to this at all. And perhaps the RCMP were on Daniel's side. Well, of course, Daniel even said in his interview, the stepfather is the first person to be looked at. In true crime, we know that the stepdad is going to be instantly, the parents are instantly the target of any missing children right away. Doesn't matter
Yeah.
what case you're following, that when children are involved, the parents, everyone comes out of the woodwork, starts accusing right away, blaming, and da-da-da. So, of course, right, it's not unbeknownst to Daniel that, of course, he's going to be a prime suspect. Now, Daniel, in his thing, says that, you know what, the detectives talked to me, basically said they know I have nothing to do with it, and did it. Maybe there's truth to that, maybe there's not. Again, there's Daniel's words. We can't believe what Daniel's saying because Daniel has proven that he's lying. Same with
Right.
Malayia,
And maybe
right?
they told him that to make him think,
And maybe,
maybe that's what he was
absolutely,
told and it wasn't true. One thing I
absolutely.
wanted to say is that again, I'm pretty out there in terms of my thought process on this, but I would love to believe that the children are alive, but I feel like sadly, even if
I
Malaya
know.
did intentionally rehome them or whatever, I just feel like something must have gone very wrong. So even in the best case scenario, it still just can't be, because the fact that we don't have proof of life makes me just worried that there's just no chance. So I'm not a person that thinks there's no chance that she intentionally disappeared her kids, because I mean not disappeared like
Something
unalive, but
happened to them.
yeah, I just feel like something must have happened to them, whether it was the intent or not. And so that just makes me really sad, because yeah, that's how I
Well,
feel
that's
about it.
just, that's the thing is that realistically, we know that the chances of these children being alive is very slim. We
Very
know that.
slim.
That is statistics. Okay,
Hmm.
that is what it is. Okay.
Hmm.
Belinda, in her heart of hearts, in her interview, said, in my heart, basically in my gut, um, or in her heart, I believe is the word she used,
Hmm.
that she felt like that the children aren't alive, that something's wrong here, something's very wrong,
Very wrong.
you know.
Yeah.
And the whole thought of that Belinda or any other family members that are struggling going through this, that they have to face these type of emotions of a roller coaster. Bottom line is they were in the care of Daniel and Malaya.
Right.
They're
That's true.
lying. They got truth. Don't play games. If these children are alive, again, I think all of us, every one of us in here wants to see that these beautiful children are alive. Is it likely? Well, it is very unlikely. But you know what? Still, in the hopes, regardless of your intuition and your own things, I'm not even thinking about my gut on this one. I'm just thinking, please bring Lily and Jack home. If they are out
Yes.
there, just bring them home. Bring these
Yeah.
babies back.
I truly, yeah. And I mean, I'm always hopeful. So I'm always feeling that they are alive and safe. But that's not in any kind of expert or educated opinion. That's just the way I choose to think about it, you know?
I think, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, all of us. Okay, because bottom line is, without sugarcoating it, basically you feel like something happened to these children. You know,
Yeah, because where are they? So like I'm even out there where I believe the intentional orchestrated thing. I believe that in a way that a lot of people don't. But I still think something must have happened to them because where are they?
something did happen to them.
I mean,
They're not
obviously,
here.
well, yeah, that's not even a debatable, right? Yeah,
Absolutely.
it's just.
Right.
Oh, go ahead.
No. That's, I mean, I'm just, again, I'm just here to listen to whatever family has to say. Um, think of my own thoughts, tell my own thoughts. Everyone has their own opinions about this case.
Yeah.
Is, and it's the awareness. It's people that are going to feel guilty, or that the police are going to come knocking on their door and be like, you're under arrest for Jack and Lily's either death or that they've been found and you were part of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just, like I said, at the end of the day, you know, some people, they leave comments and they're like, you really need to think a little bit harder. You can't believe everything you hear, as if I'm like the biggest dumbass out there. As
Yeah.
a YouTube creator, you'd be so idiotic if you didn't listen to people and you didn't let people speak and stuff like that. Look at,
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I got I got no stake in the game. All I want is awareness for Jack and Lily's disappearance. And do we
Yes.
want answers? Absolutely. Absolutely.
Are
At
we
the end,
allowed to? Are we allowed to curse on here?
you can curse.
Oh, because when the other thing when Haley's speaking is I'm like, where the fuck are the kids? So that's all I'm saying. I just also feel I wish we would have gotten a little more info. If she's the sister and has more information, can we get more information on where these freaking children are? That's all that I wanted to say. But go ahead. I'm
Thank
sorry.
you.
Yeah, where
Charmaine
the fuck
says,
are they at?
hey, no. Charmaine says, my heart tells me they are not alive, is what she said.
It's what Belinda said.
Is what Belinda said.
And she's the grandmother. So you really, a grandmother's heart is not to be underestimated. We'll say that.
No,
Don't
she's been,
underestimate it. I think
you
even
know,
Michelle After Dark said the grandmas might just solve this case, and I agree.
you know,
So
it's because of the people speaking. But again, if people, so like I said, either someone's going to get a knock on the door from the RCMP, because this is a criminal case. Okay, it is what it is. Regardless of all aspects of this case, these children were in the care of Daniel and Malayia regardless, and
right,
underneath their watch, they disappeared.
right,
The police already know that they're lying. Okay, they already know that they've had mistruths. Now, whether they've cleared that up with the RCMP as to the reasons why,
mhm,
but these children, honestly, this is something to do with Daniel and Malayia, in my personal opinion. And the truth will come out. There's lying going on. The only reason why you're lying is because you're hiding something. And I think that it's something to do with Jack and Lily, that they know the truth. And,
right,
so they can sit there and point fingers and whatever. All they want, bottom line is that the evidence will show what, about Jack and Lily. So from their lips to God's ears, they're the ones that know the truth. They know what happened to Jack and Lily. They do. That's my personal opinion. Absolutely. 100%. Because why would you lie? You're trying to save your ass. And
mhm,
and this is what most liars do, right? Instead of caring about Jack and Lily, they're saving their own asses and stuff like that. And maybe Malaya's, regardless, she lied. You know, again, maybe she's just one of those people that just doesn't want to come out and feel the wrath of anybody because she's more wimpier that way. I don't like to use the word wimpier, but more, more.
it is chilling. Her silence is chilling.
Killing.
It
It is,
is like,
but
like it's
you know,
very, very chilling. That's yeah. Go
but
ahead.
okay. But the thing is that is she doing the right thing? To be honest with you,
No, sorry.
okay. So absolutely, she is doing the right thing.
I'm judging, so absolutely not
It's
in my
okay.
judgment opinion. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, meaning if you're speaking to the RCMP and
Oh,
they
I see what you're
and
saying.
you have
Like,
a lawyer,
why do
yeah,
I need to talk to y'all? I mean,
right.
I
She
guess.
doesn't.
I guess.
Is it
I
stupid?
guess.
I think so. I think that when the thing is that the RCMP don't solve every crime and case and stuff like that. If you're really invested in your children and stuff like that, then you're going to speak and you're going to say, you know what, please, you guys, thank you for everyone that's been supporting me, that's been helping me through this.
Or
Thank
have her
you.
lawyer speak or something. Like, that's
Something,
why it's just very,
something.
very chilling in that way. Like, she does not have to come on lives or get in the chat like Daniel does, or whatever. But the fact that she hasn't said
Mm,
anything is just like very bone chilling. Can I share something with you? I don't want to turn the chat, but just an intuitive thing that happened where
sure, go ahead.
yeah, so that this might be hard for everyone to remember because the internet moves so fast, but it was last weekend before the beach picture. It was before some new information came out, but I just woke up and I was like, I should tell Sunny, except we don't talk on the phone, but I was like, I should get her phone number and tell her that I just woke up with this vision knowing exactly why Malayia did what she did. And um and then that was a couple of weeks ago. And then Derwin showed up on the scene
Yeah.
and then gave his hypothesis. Then the next weekend I had another vision of Malaya being called into the station for like 2 days, like being questioned. And that was the weekend there was a rumor that her and Daniel had been called back in for questioning. So I do believe there was questioning happening. I
Uh-huh.
also was getting a message that was like, and this is just an intuitive message, you guys. So it's not just like pure hate, because I've already told you guys my biases. But it was like Malaya is going to jail for a long time. It just kept saying it over and over again. So I was like, okay, okay, okay. And then the beach picture pops up, and that just made me think that was like a defiance. Like, okay, you guys can have me up, and question me for days, but I'm still just going to be out here living my best life or whatever. Either way, it's very creepy and it's giving like big sociopath vibes. But I definitely have been having visions about the things happening behind the scenes, and then it'll come out on the scene is what I'm saying. So
Right.
I'll have the vision, and then at night they'll be like alive about it, and that kind of thing. So there is a lot that's going on behind the scenes, and I just been getting visions about that. And that's why I'm talking about the case here with you, because I don't usually have visions about true crime cases. I have them about people in my regular life,
Yeah.
and that kind of thing. There was one more vision that I had. Oh, that they questioned that psychic, whoever that the psychic friend.
Oh,
I had a
Julie.
vision about her being questioned as well. I
Okay.
don't think we know her name or identity, but
Yeah,
it was
we do.
it it was one weekend where like it was after Durban kind of came out with his whole thing, and Malaya, I just had this vision of her just being questioned for the whole weekend,
Mm,
and then there was a rumor about this happening as well. So, I mean, things are happening, but from what I'm seeing, I mean, we cannot expect. I don't understand why people are demanding information, because I think like you're saying, any family members that decide to come out is a blessing, but like
it is.
nobody owes us information. I don't feel like.
Yeah.
I,
Well,
I I know you feel like if Janie
twofold.
came out with the timeline, it would be helpful. What'd you say?
Oh, we did come out with it. Well, there was a timeline we showed today earlier based
Oh, it was a
on.
real timeline? Did it come out?
Well, it's a timeline that's based on most of it facts and some of it questions,
Yeah.
behind it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I'm not suspicious of Janie. Is another unpopular opinion. I'm not suspicious, and I do think it's very interesting how. So, in addition to being an astrologer, I'm not an academic. I'm not a PhD or anything, but I do study things, and it's
Mm-hmm.
very interesting watching how the misinformation spreads and how people are just all saying the wrong things and getting it wrong. So, for example, Janie hesitated having her trailer searched. This turned into she refused, but that was like refuted that she did not refuse, and then this whole like, well, if they have so much to say, why didn't they tell the RCMP? And they say repeatedly like Janie Darren, they did tell the RCMP, and that kind of thing. So it's like the true crime land I'm learning is like a game of telephone that is just astronomical. And then
Of
we
course
all
it
have
is.
our own traumas. We all have our own biases. So, like, I've been in abusive relationships too, the very abusive relationships, unfortunately, years ago. But I'm not triggered by Daniel's behavior, and I don't believe that that's the dynamic. It just is not like I do get triggered by these dynamics, but this dynamic right here does not set up those flags for me, but it does for thousands of other people across the internet. So I have to respect it. Like sometimes I'm like, am I an alien? Like, did I just come
I
from a
get
whole other
triggered
planet?
by liars. That's my trigger.
I get triggered by liars,
I get triggered by
manipulative
liars.
women. I have a lot of women. I mean, oh, well, probably never see this, but manipulative, lying women in particular using certain things about femininity to kind of
Right.
facilitate their whole thing. I'm very
Right.
sensitive to that. And
So,
because I believe it does a disservice to the rest of us that are not like that, and that's
no.
when people say, oh, believe women, like 98% of us are not telling people anything because the stakes are too high. That's why people don't report, things that happen to us and that type of thing. So that's why the fact that the loudest ones are often lying, then it just make all women seem like they're lying when that is just not the case. So yeah, you said you're sensitive to liars. I'm particularly to the
Yeah.
women in the game. I'm like, oh no, because I just feel like some men are terrible. They really are. And I do have a son, and you have a son, but after raising a son from a seedling, he's 22 now. After raising him from just a mere little sprout, okay? I just feel like men don't always get the kind of support that they need. And that's why they grow up and do these terrible things. Or maybe they don't do terrible things, but they're still acting out like Daniel is, for example. They just don't. I just think that men are pretty terrible, but they're not all pretty terrible. And if I don't get a strong, like, you are a terrible person vibe, I can't reflect it onto them. And so I don't feel that way there. And I mean, I am a hater. That's the other thing. Like, I'm a super hater. Trust me. If they don't need to be hated on by me, I would start my own YouTube channel just to talk about it, because I'm an extra. I know I seem like not a hater, but I'm an extra hater. So I get it. It's just I'm not triggered by some of the same things in this case. But I am triggered by some lying women. So that's probably why my bias is where it is. You know what I mean? And I think that some men need more support. Like Daniel needs some friends. I'm always like, Daniel needs some friends, honestly, because again, I don't feel. I mean, I see what you're saying. Like, he is negligent and was there and is probably guilty of something, but I just don't. I just think that he needs people around. I'm like, do you not have any friends? Like, or talk to Darren. Something like somebody's got to help you conduct yourself on the World Wide Web, sir. You know what I mean? Because you are not doing yourself any favors, any days, every
Now
day.
I'm not gonna lie.
Uh huh.
You lost me a little bit on there because I felt like I went from A to Z to D to whatever, and I was like, wait a second, what is she going on about now? I'm not even sure, to be honest with you.
Oh,
So the gist of what you said, just to clear that up, if you could, is about what? Something about
so the gist of what I was saying is that we all in true crime, sorry, let me bring it back. In true crime, a lot of people are drawn to this genre for different reasons, and we all have our different traumas and different projections and different things that trigger us. And so I was saying that I know that some people see Daniel as like he's abusive and controlling, and I know that dynamic, and I know that dynamic too. I'm just not seeing it here. Like,
right.
so when there are like literally thousands and thousands of other people on YouTube that are seeing it here, So I was just saying that, like, I am a super hater, and I definitely I'm very cautious about men and how they conduct themselves, and I've been in many abusive situations when I was younger, so I'm very sensitive to it, but I'm just not triggered in this case. So
I
that
get
is
what
why
you're
I
saying.
just disagree with most people. And I just think, yeah, and I just think that Daniel is a character. He's a character. And like I said, when I first talked about him, my piece of work. And I will say, from an astrological standpoint, him and Malayia are two sides of the same coin. So it's not that one is, I think she took advantage of the way that Daniel felt about her. So I do think that Daniel was misled, in my opinion. But just in terms of like the
Oh,
way that
Vanessa, did you hear that, Vanessa? Who should be packing? That's what she was kind of saying earlier.
that he was misled.
Uh,
Yeah,
pretty much.
absolutely. And I mean, yeah, but they are two sides of the same coin. It's just I wish that you guys could understand the magic kind of power that Malaya's presence has over people. And
Malaya's
it's
who?
just her energy, her energy for it, that it casts spells on people. Like not actual spells, but just like
No, I'm not laughing at you. I'm looking at a comment.
yeah, that's okay. Um but yeah, I just don't see this as like I just cannot feel like poor Malaya in this situation. Like, and it's
Right.
not because I don't know what it's like to be in a controlling relationship. I do, you know what I'm saying? And I just do not have any of that like poor Malaya-ness in me. I just don't. My poor Malaya cup is
Well, I don't
completely
have
empty.
poor Malaya or poor Daniel.
Yeah, and I
Again,
don't have poor Daniel because he just we
honestly,
can't get behind him. It's so unfortunate. I said
I can't
it's
get
just
behind either of them because
yeah.
they're lying.
Because they've
Right?
just been lying so much.
They just
And the
want the
lies just
truth.
aren't even.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like let me put, like I said, at the end of the day, I'm one of the least actually judgmental people ever, but you freaking have anything to do with lying and children and stuff like that, that's where you're going to get my triggers from me, because again, children are innocent.
They did not ask
Animals
to
are
be here.
innocent. Eh?
Yeah. Did
Yeah.
not ask to be here. Yeah.
And so I'm one of those ones that, like, it's not like, being in true crime taught me a lot of stuff, and I'm sure you got your little taste of that as well, whenever you put yourself out there, absolutely. But
Yeah.
there's a lot of things I learned in true crime, and one of them is that you never know who your neighbor is, especially when it comes to pedos and stuff like that, and these wicked people that are out there. Um, Again, if I was, again, I mean, I could sit there. I'm just letting the door be open. And anyone that wants to speak, I'm going to add those pieces to my thought process of what I think happened with Jack and Lily. At the end of the day, it really becomes, are Jack and Lily alive, or are Jack and Lily dead? That's
Right.
the question. Where is Jack and Lily? So the rest of it is just noise to me. And
Yes.
I will bring out any information to the public. And that was the whole point of this
Yeah.
channel, was that we just wanted to bring you out what we deemed as the facts, meaning if family's talking or Daniel's talking, and we can verify it. So this, for instance, Haley, we know that Haley and Malayia are half sisters. Can we go beyond this audio and absolutely prove it ourselves? No. But obviously Suzanne can, because she can easily talk to her, see her face, to know that it matches exactly her Facebook profile and stuff like that. So I can't put a final stamp on this. But at the end of the day, I still use common sense and say, look, I know who Haley is. Because I was already told about the half sister and her name, and that was actually through Darren. To be honest, he's the one that had told me what her name
Right.
was. I never put it out there. A lot of people, like, kind of like Haley said, people are starting to put out my name a little bit. They search and they catch on and whatever.
Right. Right.
People,
Right.
like, there's tons of people that are in these chats that are literally from Pictou County and whatever, that know the family, know Malaya's family, know her siblings. It always gets leaked at some point and stuff like that. So am I going to sit there and pretty much myself understand that this is Haley? Absolutely. Is what she's saying gospel truth? Absolutely not. We don't know the answer.
Right.
Again, so the basis for me is always, it's about the missing and the murdered. I will always be here first and foremost for them. After that, it's noise, okay? But I don't want to put out drama, and I don't want to put out a bunch of BS that some people do, because I have a bunch of stuff in my emails of stuff that I will not put out, because it's just a bunch of noise. But there's certain noise I don't mind putting out if it's towards the family, because it's a family member. And then there's other bullshit that people are just putting out there for the sake of it. Daniel has a ton of red flags. Malayia has a ton of red flags. Even if the behavioral panelists didn't see it, I don't know where they were because they don't know the whole story. I think that they were, I'm sorry, behavioral panel, you guys came off as somewhat clueless to me. I'll say 50% clueless to me, except for the one guy up in the right-hand corner, the detective, retired detective dude. He had Malaya's number on this because bottom line is that they only have watched a portion of, and there's only one interview with Malayia. They don't see these messages. They don't see whatever. They're basing it. There was so many red flags in there. Bottom line is Daniel and her told the story. That is a fabricated story that you can tell that they've contrived together. We know that there's lies going on. That's fact. There's receipts for that.
Right,
So
like
now,
this is a fact. We're not debating like are they being untruthful because they said they both were kind of being truthful, and it's like no, they were both being untruthful, and that's a fact. That's the
that
only
is a
thing we
fact.
know. It's like the only thing we know. I did want to say there's another channel called A Balance. A Balance. Have you ever heard of that channel?
Mm-mm.
So he is from Canada, and I think he's First Nations. I'm not totally sure, but he has a great perspective. I feel like on this case, I feel like your channel does. He has a great perspective. Dolly is very entertaining and sometimes has a perspective. I don't agree with his perspective, but he is super entertaining. But it's a channel called A Balance, and he does cite this channel a lot and give props to this channel as
Oh, does
well.
he? Oh,
Yeah,
that's
but
nice.
he's coming more from an insider perspective and has a more, I feel, a more balanced view in a way of kind of looking at the case. But I do listen to a lot of different things. I didn't watch the whole behavior panel, but I know there's people that don't really agree with them. I think they're probably just trying to make the video interesting. You know what I
Um,
mean? That like so we're gonna make it interesting and act like this
well,
lady's not lying. I guess. I don't know. I didn't watch the whole thing, but they
I
were like,
mean,
yeah, that sounds really
I
truthful. The
take it
part
with
that
a,
I did,
I take it with a grain of salt, because
yeah,
so there's a difference to me for people like myself who are absolutely invested in this case, and I could pretty much almost tell you like 90% of the things. There's some things that have probably slid by me that I'm unaware of and stuff like that. But when I'm on top of the game, I'm on top of the game as best as I can be,
right.
And so when this video came out earlier today, I was like, boom, up, got husband. Can't lie with you right now.
Was it this one about Haley or the behavior
Absolutely.
panel?
No, this one with Haley.
Oh.
Because you can roll your eyes all you want there on that end. But at the end of
Oh,
the
I
day,
just rolled my eyes because I'm like, where the fuck are the kids? That's how I felt when I heard her talking. But go ahead. I mean, I really was like, okay, I'm listening because I really thought she was going to be giving some information that was going to be really groundbreaking, and I was
she did.
ready.
She did.
I, Girl, I guess I know. I guess we just have to agree to disagree. Yeah, because I just feel like, what are you? I don't know. I don't
You
know.
know, at the end of the day, she did. Whether or
Yeah,
not people
yeah,
believe it or not is a whole different story. So I'm not seeing this the same as you for sure. And I think we're agreed on that.
yeah,
Um,
yeah, yeah.
Daniel
Oh
had
no,
a
I'm
gut.
extreme. Like I'm way out there. Like I wouldn't even take
No,
what I'm saying because I'm
no,
out
no,
there.
no.
But go ahead.
I was going to say, because I can tell like how you're talking versus what I'm thinking in my head are two different things a little bit,
Yeah.
because I know that you're showing more of a bias in a sense, and you are, and regardless, and you have your gut feeling. Now, I was going to say at the beginning, I was trying to understand that why is this person lying, Malayia? But if I can't believe her, then how am I supposed to believe Daniel? But now, as a so I am just honestly in the middle of the road here.
Right.
So yes, I have my thoughts. Absolutely. Am I biased towards Malayia or Daniel? Absolutely. You know what? There came a point where honestly, you don't even know what to think because they're both lying. And that's when
Right.
it's kind of like, you know what? We're going to let the cards fall where they may with what happens to Daniel and Malayia. At the end of the
Right.
day, my first and main focus is the awareness. Whatever noise happens in the middle or whatever somebody else's thoughts are, like yours are different, obviously.
Right.
Like I said, at the end of the day, we can only give our thoughts and again ourselves and put stuff out there. But for me, the focus always is this is directed to those people that have information about Jack and Lily, and that I want them to feel guilty that whenever they see this live or somebody else's live that has Jack
Oh,
and
I
Lily pictures,
see.
that's
Yeah,
my
like I'm
focus.
gonna keep talking about it so that you can be trying to live your deceptive life, and you're gonna hear this, or this is gonna come through your algorithm, and hopefully compel you to fess
I
up
get
or to do
absolutely.
the right thing.
To do the
Yeah,
right thing. Yeah, because that's the only
right.
reason, right? I mean, us talking about it, people want us to talk about it. People want to talk about it. They want to
Right.
hear points of views. They want to hear stuff like that. But my main focus is that here's enlightenment about that day. This is from family,
Yeah.
regardless how you take that information. But this is from family, and if we can verify it, we absolutely will claim that to verify that, because the conversation with Charmaine and Daniel was legit, right?
Yeah.
So Logan came out and backed that up, that
Right.
information. So that's what made deception detective have to crawl between his freaking tail between his legs, because he put out this bullshit, and then
Right.
Logan happened to come out that night. Do you want to talk about karma working its magic?
Yeah.
Absolutely. When
No,
people
it's
play
true.
games, yeah, and people try to bully and play games at the expense. His channel is totally different. He's not out there fighting for awareness. He's out there, doing his analyzing and stuff like that.
Or
He's not
just
out
trying to
there
be
like,
a character,
well,
something.
yeah, another character, but you know what I mean. So what he's doing, and he, if he wants to play his little bully tactics, whatever, you know what? Again, maybe it's small penis syndrome. I don't know what's going on there. Either way, at the end of the day, this is about the focus of the.
You said we're sorry about your micro penis there, but you need to
Well,
focus on the kids. But go ahead. I'm
people with
sorry.
egos, honestly, it's like what I call the small man syndrome. They got their egos just far outdo them and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, what he does with his channel, I have no control over, regardless. But his focus is different. Our focus
Yes.
is about awareness and
Yes.
keeping the children's names and faces out there. And so obviously talking about it, staying on a live longer, brings more awareness to the channel, gets more into the algorithm, and because people care about this case, right? But my focus is steadfast,
It's
right?
like an attention telethon. It's like a telethon, like an old school telethon how they used to have on regular TV, except it's for awareness and attention. Yeah. And you
Absolutely.
do a really good job. And you do a really good job of that. And in fact, I mean, I know I'm on this channel, so that would make me biased, but I don't understand a lot of the criticism sometimes when people say, like, oh, that crime and shame channel just lets people talk. Why do they do that? And it's like, you
Because
guys, like,
here's
that's literally like what we're here for. Like that is, yeah, they don't see the value of it, because I just think a lot of people in the community just want to see things just this one way and
I'm
don't
not
want any other
right.
information, any additional information to disprove it.
You know,
Um,
I was
yeah,
gonna say, go over to somebody else's channel that talks a freaking about what one word a freaking minute there, and then complain about this channel. At least this channel, I'd honestly have to care what other people think. Either you're here because you want to be here, or no one's forcing or twisting anyone's arms. So, with that
right,
being said, like I said, I don't play games with people. I don't try to be someone's best friend, right?
right,
I tried just to be honest and genuine, putting out the information. You like me, hate me, do not care. Do I appreciate the people that in chat say nice things and say, "This is why I love you, Sonny," like I'm just seeing right now? Absolutely. Because
ah,
those people get it. And I'm not here, like this channel is not focused on, oh my God, how can I improve my business on YouTube? How can I get more money out of you guys? How can I, get my TikToks up? Some people, this is their job. This is what they do. They love it. I love doing this. Yeah, maybe one day I will be able to do it full time, but I will always do it with always organically, and I will never be a sellout to anyone or anybody, and anyone can put a shit comment on all they want, and all I have to say to them is, great, you're blocked. Thank you.
right.
Go away,
You
right?
disappear from my
Be-
screen
because they can still
forever.
they can still watch the live, and they can still create another name, but I don't have to care about them at all, because I don't care about those people. I
Right.
literally don't. If they want to be freaking miserable, freaking asses all they want, and they want to bring all this negativity to a true crime, even because it's a negative space already. I don't need those type of people in my chat room. I don't need those type of people on the comment board. And then they'll say, Sunny, if you don't agree with her opinion, then she's going to boot you. No, I'm going to boot you because you're an a-hole. That's why I'm going to boot you. Right?
Yeah,
So,
I will say one of the things that I like about YouTube is that I do enjoy to see all of the different ways that people take the same situation.
mhm.
And with true crime, it's like that, but it's even more like a kaleidoscope.
Thanks to sleep.
Like, so normally, like I said, I'm like, oh, I wonder how people feel about this Love is Blind couple. And then I'll see what 5 people say about that. But this is such a kaleidoscope because of the way
Mhm.
the information is funneled through the community, and then everybody's biases. Like, it's absolutely fascinating. I'm not a sociologist, but I almost majored in sociology. It definitely should be studied. But I will say that your approach is unique. But also, like, that's the only reason I started watching the channel was because I'm not a true crime
Right.
person, but I'm like, oh, okay, I need some primary sources. I was like, these ladies have some primary sources, and that is what I'm talking about, And I guess a
Mhm.
lot of people just don't understand that because they confuse respect. Just because you're being respectful doesn't mean that you're like um endorsing, what people are saying. So, I mean, I would just say keep it because this is one of the for this case is one of the few channels where you are going to get a primary source.
Yeah.
Like this and those TikToks or whatever. And it is important that you keep talking about it because apparently it's not even very big on the news in Canada. And I will tell you, nobody here that I know, I've tried to bring it up, and people are like,
I'm here still, by
"What
the
are you
way.
talking about?" Yeah.
Mhm.
So, I mean, I guess it also goes into that thing about like, oh, YouTubers need to stop trying to be armchair sleuths. But also, if YouTubers weren't talking about things, no way Malayia is innocent. Correct.
No.
I agree with you, Shannon. If YouTubers aren't talking about things, then who will? Where are you from, CB?
Yeah.
Oh, who's CB? I don't know who CB is. Um, a big theory. Oh, I talked to everyone from the res. Okay.
And what happened just as much as everyone else. Um, yeah. Let's see. Let's see. I think, well, you know what? Let me do me a favor. Lauren, 100%. There, read that comment.
Okay, 100%. I really wonder how anyone is defending Daniel at this point, but I wonder why I am wanting to be defending Melissa. Yeah, see, like I have
Aaron.
no tolerance. I have no tolerance for for Malaya, so I'm biased in that point. I was just the wrong person. I have no. There's yeah, so I get it, but they're as bad as each other. I just disagree because. Well, the other thing is like when you are intuitive, I, it's kind of like how people just get stuck on their own thing. If I get a specific vision about stuff, then I am stuck to that vision because the visions that I get are very, very
Hold on.
clear.
Hold on.
Yeah. Oh,
Our
we have the
Lauren,
pendulum, not the pendulum. Okay, go ahead.
our Lauren's vision's clear. Back and forth for yes. Circle for no. Hold on. Sorry, my bad. I always do a circle for yes. Okay. Okay.
Oh,
Now, as much as no, I'm just teasing you. Okay. So let's see here.
okay.
What? Actually, ask it a question. Ask it a question.
Oh, ask the pendulum.
I
Oh,
know.
okay. I just want to know if the children are alive, but I don't want to ask questions I don't want to know the answer to.
So you're
So
gonna.
let's do another question.
No, it's
Um,
circling. Look at it. It's circling. It's
is that
circling.
is that a
That's right.
yes or a no?
That's a yes if it's circling. Yeah.
That's a yes. Okay. So,
Yeah.
can we? I guess we can just ask. Is
Oh, are you asking the pendulum again? One.
I was thinking maybe. I mean, I could take my cards out if we really want to go
You know
full
what?
blue. I don't know if
Pull
we're,
out a
but
few cards. Pull out a few cards. Let's do that. Come on.
oh, all right. Give me one
Pull out
second.
a few cards. Okay. All right. Lauren's gonna. So Lauren, she read Charmaine and myself. And Charmaine, you guys know Charmaine's a hard ass and stuff like that. And she actually pegged Charmaine and a lot of the stuff in her life. And Charmaine even was in awe of Lauren's card read, because we had, by the way, can you do me a favor, Ben? Can you put up Lauren's channel for us again, if you could? It's because I want, so like I said, we paid for our reading. She gave us a good deal. But me and Charmaine paid for our reading there. So if you guys are interested to have your astrology chart done by Lauren, you can reach out to her through her channel. It takes you to the website. But if somebody, yeah, sweet. Thank you, Ben. Ben, my online husband. You got me. You got me. It was a birth chart, wasn't it? Yeah, whatever it's called. I don't know the technical term.
Oh yeah, it's a birth chart. So
Birth chart.
okay, so let's go.
That's Lauren's channel there, guys. Okay.
Yeah, so astrology, if I have your birth time and your birth chart, that is my gift, is that I can look at the chart and see a map of your life. So I've been told it's kind of like I can see the architectural design of your whole life type of thing. We can do some cards. The thing about cards is that they are unclear. They are very subject to interpretation, and they're very subject to change. But if we do want to pull some cards,
Okay.
I'll be
So what do
willing
you?
to do that, but I cannot promise. I actually have almost never, maybe only once or twice, tried to do a true crime card reading, because
Yeah,
sometimes the energy, it's a lot. It's a
it
lot.
is. It is.
It's a lot, and I don't feel comfortable, creating content about it. But I would feel more comfortable if you just want to ask questions about who specific characters are, such as who is this person and what is their intention, something like that.
Okay.
That might give us something. So if we want to do, like, we could do a Hallie reading and
I was
see.
gonna say let's do a Haley one.
And if Haley comes out, I'm just organizing my cards.
Now don't
If
be biased over there with those cards.
I was gonna say, if Haley comes out and she is just has a heart of gold, then I'm just gonna have to suck it up and just admit that that is what it is. You know what I mean? So
Exactly. Yeah.
if maybe Haley, because again, I am biased. Me, Lauren. So this is what I mean, is that when you're doing, it's called divination, you have to put your own bias aside and really try to see what spirit is trying to tell you. So just so you know, I'm a
Okay.
card reader, so if that upsets you, then I guess you can exit. But okay, so let's do a Haley reading. So usually what I do is a 5-card reading: past, present, influences, advice, and outcome. But since we're doing Haley, we want to say,
Wait, I gotta stop putting comments up. I'm sorry, you guys. I know Lauren, and whenever she sees a comment on the screen,
oh.
she stops. And then she
I do.
she does.
I do stop and read
Well,
them.
we'll focus on Haley. Let's Haley focus. Haley focus.
It's a Haley focus moment. Okay, so let me
Yeah.
just get my all right, so the deck I'm using is the Choose Your Own Adventure deck. I don't know if you guys used to read Choose Your Own Adventure as kids. But I did some work with them, and they're lovely people, and they made a deck. So we're gonna do that. Okay, so who is Haley? What is her intention? What questions do we want to ask?
Is Haley telling the truth?
Okay, is Haley telling the truth? Past, present,
About the drugs.
influences.
Should we
Okay.
say? Should we be specific?
Well, we're gonna say, what do we need to understand about Haley in relationship to Lily and Jack? We'll say it like that. What do we need to know about Haley in relationship to Lily and Jack? And then we can determine from what it says if we think that she's telling the truth.
And
So
one second. So
okay.
let's repeat. Haley is the half sister of Malayia, and Hayden is the brother.
Haley and Hayden, cuties. Okay, so who is Haley? Is she telling the truth? What do we need to understand about this new family member? I was going to call her a character, but she's a family member. So who is Haley? What can we understand about her in relationship to this case? Is she telling the truth? What do we need to know? Okay, so I'll just put these cards out. I have never done this before, y'all, so
Take it as a, you know what? We'll take it as a come.
YOLO.
YOLO.
YOLO. I've been saying that lately to my son. It's just funny because it's an older
YOLO.
slang. So he's like,
YOLO.
okay, Mom. All right. So past is the Knight of Pentacles. Is this?
It's blurry. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, is this my? Let me see if I can clean it. Hang on.
Okay.
Okay. Maybe that helps a little bit. Past is the Knight of Pentacles.
Yeah, it's just yeah. We can
Oh,
see.
you know what it is? It's probably. Hang on. I think it's this here. Okay. Okay. I think it's the background.
Okay, I can see it. Perfect.
Knight of Pentacles. Present is the Hermit. Influences is the Six of Swords. Advice is the Four of Swords. And the outcome is the World. Well, and Queen of Wands. I'm perplexed, Sunny.
No, you just tell me what the cards are saying, and don't be biased.
And don't be biased. I know. I feel like, I mean, wow. Okay. This is what I feel. I feel like we were asking about Haley, but it's telling us about the case.
Okay.
And what it's telling us about the case is actually very encouraging. Now, I don't want to be that psychic or that card reader, but it seems to be a very clear story. And I just want to give you an example. This card for influences, I want you to look at this card.
Okay. The boat, children, two children.
With two children in it. This is what I'm saying. Like, what? Okay. Wow. I'm sorry. I'm just a little bit stumped. I know that this is a live,
Tell
so
me.
I
Just
just
spit it out. Spit it out. What does it say? What you getting?
well, this is actually quite a positive reading. So I don't know if it's true, you guys. So I know that's confusing because I'm coming
Okay.
from a
This
card
is for
reading.
entertainment purposes only.
Okay, it's just that I've just never done. I only do reading for like the people
People.
like you. So we would be able to verify, and we would know, and like we could, confirm. But the past is the Knight of Pentacles. So this is a slow life. This is a the Knight of Pentacles would be someone like it would be someone like Daniel purports to be, in terms of like, I take care of the kids, I potty train them, I do these things. That's the past, is like stability, but like an immature kind of stability. So I think that in that household, it was boring. It was routine. It was fine. It was not having like crazy drug parties and stuff like that. It was boring, a little immature, but solid. The present is the Hermit. Sunny, I'm sorry. I know I'm on a live, so it's hard. It's hard for me. It's just that the Hermit is it's a person. So it's like when Daniel described, like, I had 7 people and now I have no people. So I'm trying to figure out, is this reading about Daniel or what? Like, who's the Hermit? It
Right.
could be Malayia as well, though. The Hermit. So the Hermit is withdrawing. Actually, it's probably Malayia. Withdrawing from society. It is Malayia. Okay.
You got one second.
Okay.
Not to be off track. Did you guys play Puff Pass like Pot Farm like I did? Just asking, because whenever someone says Puff Pass, I played a game called Pot Farm. Go on, my bad.
Oh, okay. So this is retreating, and this is so this would be stability and boringness, and then this would be retreating and being alone and self-care and living your living your best life at the beach. It's been 2 months. Just, I need to, but it's about being alone, but it's about learning lessons. So it's not just like being alone, like for the sake of it. It's like retreat. It's like going on a mountain retreat, or they have like silent retreats where you go to like a cabin for the weekend and don't talk for 3 days, like that type of thing.
Yeah.
It's like a retreat for personal growth and expansion. So if this is Malaya, there's not any hate in my cup, because that means that they're really learning a lot in their isolation. Influences is the Six of Swords, and this is two children in a boat. Okay, listen, this card normally is about moving from a very difficult situation to a calmer and better situation. Now, these cards are not saying that it was difficult, it was saying that it was kind of routine, but this is like I used to be with Daniel. Now I'm by myself. My kids are in a boat with somebody else going to a calmer, better place. Now, I know that is, again, I don't know if this is real. I will say this again. I don't do.
You don't got to keep saying that, guy. At all.
You want me to
Okay.
stop so I can stop?
Well,
Okay.
no,
But
no,
it
no.
just, it would
Yeah.
indicate that the children are being safely transported to another place. And it's not like a thing where it could be interpreted like, oh, maybe transport means to heaven. Like, no, this is a very like from here to there, from worry to not worrying, from difficulty to
Yes,
calmness.
yes, little muffin top. It's for Haley, but it's coming out as Malaya and Daniel.
I don't think it's Haley at all. So advice is the Four of Swords, which is to take a rest. The Four of Swords would be to retreat. Um, Malaysia doesn't need this advice because that's what she's always already doing. So it might be advice for Daniel, or it might be advice for the family as a whole. Because honestly, and this is me being biased, I know it's good for the family to talk, but I don't think it's going to be good if Daniel like pops up on the scene. It's like, no, I wasn't doing meth in the bathroom, and then Haley comes back out and is like, yes, yes, you were. Like, I just don't see how that's going to be helpful to the case.
Well,
So, oh, go ahead.
I mean, because this Charmaine is right. Like what Haley did say was,
Uh,
look, you need to do what's best, for you and Meadow.
Haley
Um,
trying to move.
and she got
Oh, so
her.
maybe this is
Huh,
about Haley. I
huh.
see.
Oh my God! There's a frigging big ass bee. Where'd you come from? All of a sudden, this big ass freaking bee flew in here.
Is it the kind that stings or the kind that doesn't sting?
Don't know. It was. It
Charmaine,
was.
I see what you're saying, and thank you for bringing me back to the center, because if it is about Haley, it's saying that you used to be with this. Oh my God!
Okay, they're back. They're back. One sec. You guys, I don't like bees. Okay, I don't. I don't want to get stung. My
Okay,
bad.
is it
You
the
go
big
on.
kind that doesn't sting though?
You go on. I
The
don't
big
know.
kinds, they're friendly. They're
No,
okay.
no.
I'm here with you. I,
They're
okay.
back. They're back.
Charmaine, I think you're absolutely correct. So let me bring this back to maybe it's from Haley's point of view, because it could be that she used to be with the Knight of Pentacles, which is Daniel, which is boring, and now she is in the hermit space, which is healing, is doing self-care, is doing things for yourself, and she may truly feel that way. Um and then that would be true if from Haley's perspective. But the good news is that oh, so you think it's not literal, that it's not the kids? Yeah, I think that it could be both. A lot of times the characters do show up in the characters do show up in the cards that are characters in real life. Um so I can see that, Charmaine, if it's not literal, because from Haley's perspective, it's something that needed to happen. Because being in the hermit space is actually isolation, but in a good way, and it's an isolation that you grow from. So I see what you're saying. So I like that take, Charmaine, because I'm not committing to saying that the kids are moving to a better place. So influences is, I feel maybe she feels like she is the one steering the boat, like in that moment of comfort, I'll help you get to this better place. So I can agree with that. Thank you for taking the bias shades off of my eyes, because I am very biased. Okay, so the advice is the Four of Swords, which is to chill out, and then the outcome is the world. And it's like sitting on top of the world, it's winning. I think if Malaysia is her sister, she wants her to have the world. I think the world of you. I want you to have the world. I want you to be free. it really concerns me that she went from having all of her kids to none of her kids. But I think from her sister's point of view, thank you, Charmaine, again for pulling me back to the sister. She's saying she can win. Malayia can win. So, and then the bottom of the deck is the Queen of Wands, who is also the same as here. So I do think that if looking at it from the sister's point of view, is the sister telling the truth? Unclear, because this reading is a lot deeper than that. I think that it's showing like, this is my sister. This is what I want for her. This is what she deserves. So if she's telling the truth, I don't know. But again, now that I've opened myself to, I've removed my bias, I can feel the love coming from her sister, for coming from Haley for Malayia, and it's just a very strong bond. It's just interesting because nobody else is involved and the kids are not involved, but it is love between the sisters. Because now I feel her presence. Yeah, sorry you guys. So it's called channeling. So Haley's spirit team wants me to know that her intentions are pure and true. So I guess it doesn't matter if I think me lying, if I think she's lying. She wants me to know that, yes, she's protecting her sister. She loves her sister, and she wants the world for her, and she believes that she can have the world. But it's just concerning that she thinks that she can't have her kids in the world at the same time. So I don't know if you were able to listen. Are you okay with the bee, Sunny?
Don't know where it is.
Okay.
Cats in. Husband said, "Let the cat leave the cat in the room. Cat will take care of it."
Oh, okay. Yeah,
It was
facts. So what I was saying is that once Charmaine helped me move the biasness from my eyes, the presence of the sister has come in to let me know that, yeah, it doesn't matter what I think about her words. This is how she feels for her sister. She'll do anything for her sister, and she thinks the world of her. She wants her to have the world, and she loves her, and she believes that she can make it through this on top. So that's what she's saying. They're like, we don't care if you think we're telling the truth, Lauren, because this is a lot deeper than that. This is my sister. Like, so the energy that's coming through is love. So, yes.
so since I was, you know, in panic mode there.
Battling a bumblebee.
Yeah. So what did we say about Haley at all? Anything? Did we?
So, once I opened myself to the possibility about Haley wanting Malayia to get from a difficult situation to a better situation, her spirit kind of like came in the room. It's hard to explain. This is very hard to explain.
Haley, good person. Haley, good person.
I don't even know if Haley is a good person. Haley wants me to know that this is my sister. I love my sister. She is going to get through this. She's going to get through this on top. And I'm enveloping her in my love and support to get her to where I believe that she can be. So her intentions are, it's not saying anything about the babies or her kids. That's the only thing that's concerning. It's literally like, this is my sister and this is the only one that I care about. Sort of like that. So is she telling the truth? She's really like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I'm telling the truth. This is my intention is I love my sister and I want to wrap her in my support.
Ooh, Kate.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lisa. Asked for the 3 tacos you bought me the other day. My bad. It just came to me as I saw the coffee app come up, which is the taco app. So I have to give a shout out before I forget. Because, now I didn't forget. Thank you, Lisa S. Go on. My bad.
Wow. No, I'm just saying that, no, I'm just filled with this overwhelming love and protection that she has for her sister. I don't know if she's her older sister or if they're similar in age, but that's all. Like, she's like, that's all you need to know. Like, what you need to know is my. Is it still there?
Oh, okay. Bye. 1 second. 1 sec. 1 sec.
Okay. Yeah, so in conclusion, and I know I apologize, this is a live, so I'm kind of not being entertaining in that way. But I'm saying that I'm filled with the overwhelming spirit of love and protection, and that is her intention, and for her sister. And that is the answer. So she could be lying, and that is because her intentions are to love and protect her sister. She could be telling the truth, and that is because her intentions are to love and protect her sister. I think what Charmaine brought up about her, I guess, sitting her down and being like, tell me the truth, like what's going on, you got to get out of here. That's her intention. She wants me to know that she does have good intentions, and that is to love and protect her sister. I know I've said this 50 times, so I hope that Sunny's okay though. Let me check the chat and see if you guys have any questions. So I can't see the chat. Okay, hang on. Don't let the cat eat it. Interesting. I'm interpreting it slightly. Yes. Okay, so I'm just reading some of the comments. Don't kill the bee. That's her intended goal. That's why she talked. Yes, Charmaine, I agree. Seems like it's saying Malayia thinks like a child still. Yeah, I'm anti-Malayia, so I agree. I mean, I don't understand why her children are not involved in this reading, and I don't understand why nobody seems to be caring or talking about the children. It just really concerns me. I don't do cards, but I love to learn. Yeah, I mean, it takes a while, but it's like just get some cards and practice. What was the question? The reading was supposed to be about Haley. I'm gonna teach Sunny how to use hers. I can't remember. It's 2 a.m. here. It just educated me. At any point, did Daniel at any point pose a threat? Oh, we can do that reading. Yeah. Let's see. Don't let the cat eat it. Okay, let's do a reading, Lauren. What was the canoe with the boy and the girl and it meant for? So the canoe with the boy and the girl, it's called the Six of Swords. And what it typically means, let me see if I can get back in here. What it typically means is, so it's a swords card. So it's about your mind state. And it is not actually literal. It's usually about moving from a difficult situation to a more peaceful situation. So recovery. And it is in almost all of the decks. It's somebody that's steering the boat, and it's usually a mother and a child. But in this deck, it's literally a boy and a girl. And that's why I thought maybe it could be literal. But I said the children weren't involved in the reading, but it could just mean that wherever the children are, Haley feels like it's a good place. So that, I guess that's going with the orchestrated abduction theory. But she's like, the kids are okay and Malaya's gonna win. But it's very Malaya centered. It's very like, I don't know if you guys have a lot of siblings, but it's very like, that's my, I only have 3 brothers. So it's really like, that's my little brother. I'll do anything for him, anything for him. But I don't think that Haley is the big sister. I think that she's very close in age though. It might be a situation where they're similar in age. They're half sisters. Okay, so I can do a reading on Daniel if you guys are not too bored, since Sunny is off battling this bee, and I get it. So what do we need to understand about Daniel in relationship to this case? Did he ever, what was the question? She said, did he ever pose a threat to Jack, Lily, or to Malayia? So what do we need to understand about Daniel? Did he ever really pose a threat to the family? We'll do that. So at the bottom, we had the King of Pentacles, but it was reversed. So I think the King of Pentacles is a man that has a lot of material goods, but given that it was reversed and it fell out, I think it's who Daniel wants to be or wishes to be, which is the protector, provider, but I don't think he necessarily was fitting the bill. In the past, we have the Six of Pentacles. So the Six of Pentacles is about giving charity, and it's about so for example, if the Daniel and Malayia story is Malayia, you are a single mom living at your grandmother's house or whatever. I guess they moved in, but he's like, I can provide you a home and we can have this family. But the home turned out to be, this trailer or whatever. But yeah, he wants to be the king of pentacles, which is of money and security. And so in the past, he used the security and stability to kind of establish the relationship. The present is the chariot. So if you see this is a person flying away in a giant, this is a choose your own adventure deck in a balloon. Yeah, the chariot is somebody is out of here. So this this would be Malayia, but this could also be Daniel, or it could be both. The point is that they're taking off on a journey and not with each other. Influences is the Fool. The Fool is like starting a new life. I think if the question is, did Daniel pose a threat to Malayia or the kids? The answer is no. I would say these readings are about as boring. Like, you know how Darren comes on in here and he says, he's like, oh, there's no abduction, there's no murder. It's not even that interesting and the kids are safe. These readings, I would say, are not even that interesting. These were really regular people just trying to live their lives. Advice for Daniel is the Ten of Swords. So in the traditional deck, this is somebody on the ground with 10 swords in their back. So this is like, this person has been backstabbed. This person has lost everything. But the Ten of Swords is like, it's always darkest before dawn. So to answer the question as a whole, did he pose a threat to Jack, Lily, and Malayia? It appears to be absolutely not in any way. And that's not even just being biased. But this is saying he is foolish. The Fool is literally foolish, but it's also about starting a new life. But in this case, it's not a new life that he asked for. So advice for Daniel is that this is the darkest before dawn. It's not going to get any worse. And yes, you were betrayed and stabbed in the back, and you feel like just lying down and just taking it. But you just like Malayia, who wanted that new life, allegedly, you, Daniel, have a chance at that new life as well. The outcome is the Hierophant, and this usually has to do with tradition. There are other cards in the tarot like Justice and Judgment that would be more related to the court of law, but the Hierophant means kind of returning to what you know. And so it would suggest for Daniel that he's starting a new life, but he doesn't have to go away to do it. He can stay where he is and fortify his life. So apologies for this being such a boring reading, but are you back?
Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt you
Oh,
a couple
yeah.
minutes ago.
Oh, go ahead.
So the bee, my husband took care of the bee.
Oh,
Just
good.
saying,
We
went up
love
a
that.
vacuum cleaner.
Thank you, Steve Austin. Oh, so it's gone. Good work.
It's in a vacuum cleaner at the moment
Okay.
because he found it behind it was whatever this. Why is a bee? This thing was like a black bee, like it was
It
black.
didn't have any yellow stripes or anything?
Well, I was too busy screeching. That all I know was that it was dark or it was black, and it was big, and it was definitely like a hornet, I think.
I was gonna say it wasn't a hornet. It sounds like it was maybe a hornet or something,
It's
or
gone.
a wasp. It might have been a
A
wasp.
wasp. Either way, it's in the vacuum cleaner. My
It's
husband took
gone
care of it.
now. Rest in peace, old buddy.
You
You
know,
know.
he had his hat there at first, but because it was behind my little shelving near my bed, yeah, he goes, I see it, and he grabbed the vacuum cleaner.
Okay. Excellent. Excellent. In the
Um,
bottom of the deck, we have temperance, which is balance. So this is like a nice little wholesome reading for Daniel. I'm sorry to disappoint. Like there's no villains here. It's kind of crazy.
okay, so I was gonna say, is that the last card for Daniel? So finish up with Daniel.
Yeah, it's just about balance. So this would be continued recovery
Okay.
in his addiction, real or perceived, or old or new, or wherever he is with that. And this is 1 foot in emotion and 1 foot on the ground. So this is like you can't go live in the waterfalls and be the old Daniel or whatever. You
Mhm.
have to live like in the present day and be the new Daniel by yourself. And you can do that. So yeah. So
Would
that's
you? Nope. Would you? Yes. Thank you so much. Will you do me a favor, please?
uh-huh.
Please, please, please. Whatever the cards come out as, please do the children,
Okay.
if you could.
Okay. I'm gonna do the tarot for kids for the children, if that's okay.
That's fine. Whatever your thing is, just for the children. Whatever the cards say. Again, it's for entertainment purposes only. This is not considered fact. This is simply a card reading, and let the cards fall where they may on this reading.
Yeah, and the cards are transient. They're transient energy. Okay, so I'm just organizing my cards. So we're gonna say Jack and Lily. Where are they? What do we need to understand about them? Because honestly, every time I talk about this case, I always go back to it. Like, where the fuck are these? What does Dolly say? Where are the babies? Like, what? Like, where are they? Okay, I just don't. I don't
Yes,
know.
that's right, and that's just it. Where, like, however the cards call out, come out, you guys, regardless, right? Entertainment purposes only. Another bug. What the heck are you with the? Okay, go ahead. Smaller bug.
They do have a mythical story, and it is a lot to remember. There's a lot of different kinds of decks too. If anybody wants to start one, they should start. I'm just organizing my cards. If
Mhm.
anybody wants to start, you should start with the Rider Waite, which is the tradition. It's like the traditional tarot, like kind of modern tarot. And if you learn that one, then any of the other decks are going to be easier to learn because most of them are based on that traditional tarot. Okay,
Mhm.
so I'm almost done. All right, so
And
these
and Ben,
children.
if you're in the chat, Ben, or can somebody a mod or whatever bring up Lauren's channel for me again? Can somebody post her link there?
All right. So I'm nervous to do this because,
Don't be nervous.
so it's for
Just be you.
entertainment, but
YOLO.
maybe YOLO. Okay.
YOLO. YOLO.
So what do we need to understand about these children? Are they alive? Where the fuck are they?
Thank
Where,
you. Where the fuck are they?
where the fuck are
Exactly.
the kids? Where are the
Where are the babies?
where are the babies? What can we understand about this situation? Because me, Lauren, I don't understand it. Let me get through it. Sorry, I'm missing some cards. Okay. So I am using the tarot for kids, which is kind of a gentle deck. Let me just make sure I have all my cards. Okay. Where the
Okay.
fuck
And
are the So the
anyone coming
question is, where the fuck are the kids?
in? Where the fuck?
Where the fuck are these kids?
Come on,
No.
cards.
Come on, cards. Let's do it. Past, present influences, advice for the situation and outcome. Okay. Jack and Lily. Lily and Jack. I don't know if you guys have been watching other card readers, but I don't have any freaking pumpkin patches or anything. No disrespect to my pumpkin patch people. I know. I don't have any pumpkin patches in my decks.
There we go.
I'm just putting it out there. Okay. Oh my god, why are these the same cards?
Go on.
No.
What do the cards say, Lauren?
Okay. So the past, we have the star. So I'm going to read from the book what they mean. The past, we have the star. Hope for the best. This is in the past. When you see the star, know that things are improving. Even if life has been hard as of late, a silver lining is close at hand. Soon you'll feel positive. A wish may be coming true. The star could also mean that you'll be getting recognition. When do you feel most inspired? Okay, so this is all of us wishing and hoping for the best. It's the underlying of the reading. The present is the world, and we actually got this in the other reading as well, the world. It's hard to see in this.
I can see it. Yeah.
Yeah, the world. Okay, so the world. When the world shows up in a reading, it indicates success has arrived. You've reached a goal, scored a touchdown, or finished a chapter. It marks a grand finale and the moment before you begin something new. Be proud of how far you've come. You did it. In some cases, this card could indicate graduation or world travel. What have you completed recently and what's next? You guys, this is just very like, was this a highly orchestrated plan? Because we got the world in the other reading as well. So I don't understand. It usually means completion of a goal. And yeah, so that's what's going on. Completion. Influences are the hermit. Now this is another one. If you look at this card, it's a brunette in hiding. But the hermit, if this is Malayia for whatever reason, the hermit is taking time by yourself, but really looking inward and working on yourself. I still don't see any kids in this reading. That's all that I'm saying. But I'm going to read the hermit and then we're going to move on. Okay, the hermit. When you see the hermit, it might mean that you need to take some time to yourself. If you've been too busy, some quiet time enjoying solo activities that might feel good. What are some activities you enjoy doing by yourself? This is really, really like, I don't know. Influences, 8 of Cups. Okay, so this is a breakup. This is moving on from a tough situation. 8 of Cups. What are you ready to walk away from? When you see the 8 of Cups, it means you're moving on from a situation. You finished with a task and you're no longer interested in a particular hobby or friendship. Instead of staying, leave. Sometimes this card might mean that your family is moving to a new home or taking a dream vacation. I know it's an unpopular opinion on the internet, but these cards in this reading and the other reading would fully support the I just don't want my kids anymore theory. And that's not even in a hate thing. It's like almost in a it's better for everyone thing, because we just did a reading like where the fuck are the kids, and there's still no kids in this reading, and it's the same cards as the other reading. So where the fuck are the kids? That's all that I'm saying. And I do want to say something, and I know I'm going to go off into super woo now, but Sloan Bella did say that there was maybe witchcraft or workings or spells going on in this case, and I really feel like that even these cards, like even the energy from the cards, are being blocked, because we're asking questions and they're like, no, we're going to tell you what we want to tell you. Like we said, is Haley telling the truth? And they're like, no, I love my sister, I'm going to take care of her. We just said, where the fuck are the kids? And they're like, I'm Malayia, I won the world, I attained my goal, I'm moving on. Like, it's just crazy to me. So the outcome is the 3 of Swords, and that's why I was like, so the 3 of Swords, I mean, this deck is a little hard to see, but it's just a heart with 3 swords in it. So I know I keep saying it. I don't want to get you where the fuck are the kids?
You're not going to get me demonetized by saying that word.
I'm like, I still don't understand. Now, I mean, I'm just a little bit beside myself because this second reading has the same cards as the first reading about like, I'm by myself. I've completed my goal. I'm taking time for me. Like, what? Nobody, like, it is very upsetting.
So go ahead.
The outcome is the Three of Swords, and then you can just ask questions. Yeah. I'm just saying
And the
that
Three of Swords, the Three of Swords meant what? Sorry, Lauren?
So the Three of Swords in this deck, it says the future is bright. Oh no, that's the Three of Wands. Just kidding. Okay, hang on, sorry. That is funny. Sometimes life sucks. This is the tarot for kids. It's so funny. Sometimes life sucks. Agree. Okay. The Three of Swords indicates sadness, a loss, jealousy, or heartbreak. This is the card of hurt feelings. When it comes up in a reading, it means that you may need to deal with a difficult, impossible, painful situation. Yeah. Sometimes life is like that. We get disappointed and someone lets us down. It's okay to admit that you feel sad. This is for kids, that's why it's written like this. But do you know that this storm will pass and you'll grow from this situation? Question: when someone hurts your feelings, how do you handle it? Boy, I am
Flabbergasted?
yeah, like I already have unpopular opinions, and I know I'm biased towards Malayia, but this is like, I don't want to use the narcissism word either because I know real narcissists. It's a spectrum and there are traits, you know what I'm saying? But this is wild to me because where the fuck are your kids at, girl? Like, what is going on? Like, this is actually making me like.
So do you to ask you, like, just to be fair, okay, just to ask a question, your opinion. So so Haley came on and basically said that that what Darren is saying is not 100%, basically, right? And you're like, okay, well, if it's not 100%, you're probably pretty darn close, considering you want to talk about the drugs. Now,
I think I missed that part. So she said it's not 100%, and that's all she said. She didn't say like.
well, here, you know what? Give me a second.
You'll put it up. Okay.
I'll put it back up. 1 second. Remove. Let me see where she says that. Add to stage. Let me just see where she says that.
As to who we're talking about so that people in chat sort of know.
And we went in to kind of investigate after him. And there was drugs. Drugs was that because I got so freaking mad after this was found out, because then I said to him, I said, that's exactly why you're acting the way you are, running around like a madman, relaxing. Like nobody was, but nobody was running around like a chicken with their head cut off because we weren't on drugs. Here, like, why is that involved? My sister broke down and she admitted that he's been on it for 2 years or so.
I think it's coming.
And yeah, so they all got very, very mad when that came about, and they all kind of said, you know what, we already knew that. Well, if you knew that, why the hell is there children in a home with somebody like that? Like, why aren't you protecting the kids that way? Like, do you know what I mean?
Okay.
So I will stop that there for a second, because she's obviously saying, like, if you know that this is going on, why would you keep your kids in that environment?
Okay, so she's saying that to Malayia, because that's my question. My question is like, okay, if this is true, Malayia, then why are your children here? But also, it's been true the whole time you've been there because you've only been living there for 2 years. So, what's going on? Like, okay, so you knew he was on drugs, so you were like, oh, you know what? Let's just move over there with your drug addict self. Like,
for all we know, she could have been too. For all we know.
Correct. And the other thing is that her ex, Cody, had struggled with a lot of substance abuse. So if she goes from one person struggling with a lot of substance to another, I mean, that's, cut it out.
So go ahead.
Oh, so she said the Durwood part.
Oh, I was going to say, let's wait.
So that was the big piece that Logan and whoever else, this Darren guy that is related to Malaya's side, I mean, he's just spewing a bunch of stuff that's not 100%.
Yeah. So he's just spewing some stuff that's not 100%.
Okay, so
That
is it
means
98% or
that's exactly 99%.
or what? Yeah, like not 100%. So it's not. Is it 99 point?
So
Which
my
how much? What's the
question,
percentage?
right? So my question to you is going to be, Lauren, if you don't mind, is that so? Again, like let's just understand if Daniel did happen to lie because of his love for Malayia and knows that she truly did something with the kids, but he wasn't sure of exactly what happened to Jack and Lily, right? Because this is still very possible amongst some lies because people do stupid shit when they're in love, regardless of the relationship, regardless of the drugs and all that stuff. Okay, so do you think, as Janie is saying, even though the first version was, different, but that she came out, saw Malaya, that she was on her phone and she looked at guilty as shit, and that she basically was like, yeah, they're playing in the woods. Now, do you think that the part that obviously not 100%, but close enough, the part that Malaya put them in a vehicle with someone else, maybe perhaps she did not want Jack and Lily, and she did want to give them to somebody that could take better care because she wasn't in a position to anymore. But she obviously wanted Meadow, but she has Meadow taken away from her now. But do you think that out of all this, through the cards, because you're not seeing the kids come up, and you just said it's like the last cards reading, it's almost like she didn't want these two children anymore in a sense, and was like, kind of trying to get out, or whatever, that she kind of gave them away. Does that seem very possible that she handed them off to somebody and did put them in a vehicle? And that's why Janie said, like, I can hear the kids. I heard the kids. And then she comes out, even though I found it odd if you don't hear vehicle coming up, but whatever. So if you can hear the kids, this is where these things get me as I'm talking about them. So if you can hear the kids and you say that you heard Malaya say shush, how did you not hear a vehicle pull up?
I see what
And
you're
then-
saying. Maybe
But
it was an electric vehicle. Yeah, I
right,
don't know. I don't know.
but do you think that because you're saying that didn't want the kids, and is that it's possible that she did put them in a vehicle and the kids are somewhere safe or where she feels is safe and she's just not giving it up?
Yeah, on a personal note, I did want to say, and this is my in my opinion and speculation. I do believe that Daniel's telling the truth about taking care of the kids. And do believe she really wanted to leave Daniel. And I do believe that she knew that if she left Daniel, who's going to take care of her kids? And that's why I think that she did give her kids up. So yes, I do think it's 100% possible, especially after doing these readings. Um, Again, I'm extremely cautious. I was on here doing this live with you when Darren popped up and was like, "The kids are alive," and I have a very hard time speaking that because again, no
Right.
proof of life, and none of the other readers or anybody can really, even Sloan can really say anything, and I just feel like something must have happened because where are they? But yeah, what you said, I think that absolutely. And I mean, in terms of
It's
Occam's razor,
plausible.
that makes the most sense. Like I just think that she, when confronted with the real reactions of Daniel and Janie, she probably did instinctively call 911 because she's trying to roll with this story that she made up. I just don't think she thought it through. I just
Right.
don't think she thought it through. And yeah, so I believe me, Lauren, that's what I believe happened. But these readings are very much like my new beginnings, my new life. I am out of here. I'm flying away. Like the Daniel, what you need to know about Daniel is I left him. Like it's just very, very strong. And um
It's
I'm just concerned because where are these children? Now, the only other thing, and I don't want to cause like controversy about this, is that there is a very long cultural history that I'm not even familiar with in terms of Native children and all of that. So I know people are like, it's completely implausible, but Native Americans and First Nations in Canada taking care of their children, protecting their children is a cultural thing. So it's not an average community. But like I said, I have no idea what's going on with the kids, but I do believe wholeheartedly that Malayia did want to give them to somebody who could take better care of them. But I still,
Well,
yeah.
because I mean, things that go through my head are this.
Hmm.
Okay, is that so? Let's just go by what Haley said there.
Hmm.
Now, does it make sense to me? Does it add perhaps maybe validation that it is true that drugs were found,
Hmm.
that Malayia did want out of there. Okay, that's been clearly stated by Darren, and that I think I'd have to go back to Daniel's messages, but anyways, Darren seems to be, obviously talking with Daniel and Janie. He says that Janie is a stand-up person, that, if she says something, it's gold. That's kind of why he came on here, because he
Hmm.
never told us who his source was. And obviously his source was Janie. So then he took Janie's words and on the information,
Hmm.
and then said obviously that, well, you know what, Janie showed me exactly where the pothole was, exactly where Malayia was standing, that she heard the kids and stuff like that. But the thing that goes through my head still is this.
Hmm.
That situation happened later in the afternoon. According to Daniel, Malayia had said that she was the happiest and safest that she felt. Now, Logan repeated those things on a live.
Hmm.
So in my head, I'm thinking, okay, I can understand that Malayia, the children are missing. And then, she's like basically they're blaming Daniel, something to do with the drugs or something to do with it, the children
Right.
missing or whatever. So it's kind of almost like someone foreshadowing, and then all of a sudden that they can't stand to look at Daniel, go in a vehicle, take off. But what would have made her in that morning say, well, I'm going to put the children in a vehicle, in a sense, because the other part of it seems like it was a last minute choice that Haley was speaking to her. Next thing you know, like Daniel says, within 5 minutes, Malayia couldn't look at him, and she was off, gone to her mom's. So
Hmm.
I can understand like that situation, but what I'm trying to connect now in my head, unless you can help me with that, is that in the morning, what would have made Malayia then put Jack and Lily in the vehicle and not have left anytime prior to that? And then all of a sudden, this altercation does happen, say, because there was an altercation and there was,
Facts. Yeah.
right? Like those are facts. So if Haley's talking to her and says, look, Malaya, she obviously wants out of this relationship, and she does, she goes. So obviously what her mom said to her, is basically like, you know what? Yes, come home. We will help you out, da 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 da. But come home. Maybe Malaya, and her mother are at odds and stuff like that. But what to me would have made then Malaya in the morning decide, besides an argument, okay, but what made her decide in the morning to do this when the other action seemed like a last minute one, whereas in the morning would seem like a plan?
In the morning that she left with her mom, or the morning that the kids
No,
were
she
gone?
didn't leave with her mom in the morning. It was in the
Oh, in
evening.
the after. Oh, in the evening. Yeah.
Yeah, when the altercation happened after the briefing. So meaning in the morning, right? More seems like a plan. If this is just hypothetical, but it seems like a plan to give Jack and Lily off to someone. So then it's later that this seems like a last minute decision, because 1 minute she's saying she's the happiest, and like Daniel's saying, and then all of a sudden within 5 minutes she makes up this choice that she's going to get out of there with Meadow and deal with whatever afterwards. So one seems like a plan, one seems like a last minute choice, and I'm trying to connect the two in my head about this. Doesn't seem logical still. It
Oh, I
doesn't.
think she just messed up when with the first. She was supposed to leave with her kids, and she didn't. And I think her mom was like, "What the hell are you doing?" And now there's all these cops here, like, get in my car. And that's what I think happened. That is what I think happened. And I I want to be careful on telling this story, but I realized I had a situation in my own family where, and this is way back before when I was a baby. So, and this is just speculation, but
Mhm.
there were two members of my family and they got divorced, and one was in another state and one was on the East Coast, and the mother was supposed to bring the children, and the mother was allegedly in maybe doing drugs, or they just didn't know, worked in a strip club, they just didn't know, but there was a rumor about it to this family, and the grandmother ordered her kids to go pick these kids up from out of state, and they basically kidnapped their own family because they thought they were in danger. Like, it's just, I know I'm being really vague, but I'm saying that it's really hard to understand from the outside the kind of hysteria that can occur in a family that's like protect your own. But yeah, I think her mom was like, what the fuck are you doing? Get the hell up out of here, immediately. Because I think she was supposed to leave the day before. I don't think she was even supposed to be there. And I don't think she was even supposed to call the RCMP. I think that she was in the middle of her plan. And when she got caught up, then she tried to lie, but it just created this giant catastrophe, I guess.
Let me ask it, because I don't know this guy's. How long does it take to get drugs out of your system? If it's meth or anything like that. Actually, I can Google that, I suppose. I don't know the answer to that. How long? What does meth? Um, take to stay in your. However, okay. So, however, for most people, the drug will be eliminated within 1 week of taking your last dose. More specifically, when taking low doses, it can stay in your system for 16 to 55 hours. When taken in high doses, it can stay in your system for 44 to 83 hours. So basically about a week, it stays in your system.
Mm-hmm.
My thing is this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's say Daniel was doing drugs. Okay. Let's say it's true.
Okay.
Obviously, he didn't get to see Meadow for just till recently, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm sure this situation would straighten anyone's ass up in a second. Okay. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's kind of what I would feel here, that if he was in fact taking drugs, and he does get a test, right? We don't know the truth. Daniel's only telling us what he wants to tell us. Remember that.
Mm-hmm.
And so at the end of the day, right? If he wants to see his kid, I'm sure this was an effing awakening, this situation, regardless.
Right.
To him, to Malayia, to the people that are in the know. And so, yeah, so if this was an awakening and he never touched a droplet after that, because now police are checking in on him, watching him, all that stuff. Okay, this is enough to make a person sober very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
So if the drug only takes out, if the drug stays in your system for a week or whatever, at the end of the day, it's only recently he got to see Meadow. So it's been
Right.
about
So
a
he
week
had enough time to detox
to
and
detox. Right,
yeah.
right. That's why I don't know nothing about the hard drugs that way myself, or timing, body, how long it stays. Well, weed, yeah, but we're not talking about weed. But Darren said, you guys, Darren actually said that Daniel does weed. Okay, he literally said that. And you know what? It's not. Daniel was in the chat, people watching. He told me, that Daniel and Janie were in the chat watching. So he was spewing off stuff from Janie and Daniel, and he's like, "Sorry,
Oh, that
Daniel."
day. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember that day. Yeah.
Mhm.
Where they were both in the
Well,
chat.
no. So yeah, and so my thing is this. So he clearly said that Daniel's, weed. In Canada, it's legal. Okay. Anyways, all of this is just really speculation that we're talking about here. You know what? I know that we got to end this live here, guys.
Really?
Lauren, I know it's really late for you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much yourself for doing this, for doing some reads for people. Again, some people really enjoy this, other people do not. That's fine. Don't
That's
care.
fine. Yeah.
This channel, like I said, it's not about what every person wants. It's about Jack and Lily is what it's about. And so again, this is kind of the noise part. We're just talking, speculating, trying to put the pieces together, but we know that we're not going to be the judge and jury of if there's any convictions going on, right?
Yes.
We just
Yeah.
want to know what happened to Jack and Lily. If there's a hope that they are, because when you think about Lauren, what Haley said, again, that he's been spewing a lot of stuff and it's not 100% correct. How did you take that?
I mean, everything about this statement was, I'm no statement analysis and I'm not a detective of deception, but I do think that everything was very vague. Yeah. She didn't say like that guy's crazy
I
or
know,
the
like,
kids are
or
gone. She just said it's not 100% true, which is like plausible deniability. So, I mean, I'm like I said, I'm so hesitant to be encouraged that these kids are alive, but we just don't have any information either way to know. We just know that they're gone, and statistically, there's a chance. So, not
no,
100%
Jack.
true. That tells me like you're not even gonna fix your mouth to say he's a liar because you know that
I
he's
know.
not. You know what I
Well,
mean?
I know, and that's what struck me about that was like, it's not like she said, you know what, Darren's spewing a bunch of shit, and
Yeah,
it's
like
just a bunch
Darren's
of
full of
horse
shit.
shit.
Like he's just a
You know,
busybody, or
it was
like
just like,
no.
well, no, it was not 100%, but let me clarify on
It's not
Daniel.
100%. But yeah, we were arguing because Daniel's tweaking. So that's what we need to talk about here. That's how I took it. Yeah. I mean, not 100% is okay. Pretty if 50% is accurate, it's actually a good sign.
Right?
And
Yeah,
not 100%. She didn't even say half of what he's saying is bullshit. She
I
said it's
know.
not 100%, which makes me feel that it may be 98%. But
It may be pretty high. It might be a
which
lot.
is pretty
Yeah.
encouraging. Yeah, it must be pretty high
Which,
because she
which
said
would,
she could have said only 10% of what he's saying, but she said not
yeah,
100%.
not 100%, which is closer to it almost all being true then.
Correct. Like so, that's what it said to me. Yeah, it said like no, it's probably 98.9.
Mm,
So
yeah.
that's how I took it. But yeah,
Yeah.
I gotta get out of here anyway because my iPad
Yep.
is dying. So
Oh, yeah, yeah. No problem. Yeah,
thanks for humoring me,
Lauren,
y'all. I hope it helped a little bit. I
no,
don't know, but
love you. Thank you so much
thank you,
again.
love you
You
too,
guys,
and
again, Ben, if you can just post Lauren's channel on there, you guys can go sub. You can go message her about a reading, a birth chart reading and stuff like
oh
that.
yeah, I can catch you a crime and shame discount if you're interested in a reading. So just hit me up and let me know.
Yeah. All right, guys.
All right, I'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Lauren. Appreciate it.
You're
Thank you.
welcome. Bye.
Thank you so much. I like the mixture of lives sometimes when it's like that, right? It's not everyone's cup of tea, and I really don't care if it's not everyone's cup of tea. Again, the focus will still be the fact of doing a live, keeping the focus on Jack and Lily. Answers for anyone that sees the live that happens to have information, feels guilty, bringing out the truth, bringing out answers. There's $150,000 reward out there for whoever wants to grab that if they have any information that can lead to what happened to Jack and Lily. So, thank you, Explorer. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for the support again. I just want to say this again. Thank you guys for the love and support of the channel. 236 likes. If you guys haven't hit it, make sure you do. I know it's really late out there. Again, I just want to give, I know that in the United States, besides in the LA, the Western Coast, it's still not 12 o'clock there. So it's still, happy Independence Day to our neighbors over there. You guys are great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Carol. Let's see here. Great live. Thank you so much. Thank you, Explorer. Lauren is a sweet lady. She is a very sweet lady. She absolutely is. And you can tell she's kind of like myself, right? She's a happy-go-lucky person. You can tell it, you can feel it through her aura. There is, she's got a lot of goodness about her. Absolutely. You can read auras like that very easily. you can tell a happier personality when you come across them for sure on there. Drippy, you have seen my van I built. Vanessa's leading the van life. Are you, Vanessa? Vanessa, you said like 2 hours ago that you need to go pack for your adventure. Did you have us on speakerphone as you were packing? Is that what was going on there? Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, mods. Good night, everyone. Psych, we're going to continue this live and just pretend that Vanessa, we're ending the live. She has a great aura. Absolutely. I do want to, I do want to play out the rest of this clip. Good fight, Vanessa. Bye, Vanessa. Good night. Okay. Good night. You packed it already. It's okay. Go sleep, Vanessa. Okay. Did it? Vanessa, if you really had any magic in your cards there, you think Daniel's ass would have come up here? Remember his Pokemon ass? Can't believe people actually are. Oh my God, did she just say that? Okay. That was a joke. Asked him so many times to come up. He's not. Hung around my neck. Yeah. Uno cards? Yeah. Okay. Let me take this down for a second. I do want to play off the rest of that. We got time. We got some time. Anyone that's nodding off to my voice, good night. You know, don't let the bugs bite. If they do, take a shoe and hit them till they're black and blue, or suck a bee up a vacuum cleaner. One of the two. On there. Let's see here. Let's just play the rest of this out.
None of his stuff can be verified. So just remind me, when did this altercation break out? That was on the Saturday, right?
Yeah, that was just as Malayia was going down to the press conference. Yeah. So Malayia broke at the end of the driveway. She was crying, and I was like, what's going on? And she wouldn't talk. And I looked at her and I said, now's the time to talk. Like, you fucking talking. Like, what's going on? And she broke down, and that's what it came about, that he was doing that. So
okay,
that fueled the family fight that there was. And I mean, yes, Janie or whatever her name was did go at Cheryl. Logan was trying to fight everybody in the driveway. They kicked us off the property because we found out something that nobody was supposed to find out, right?
Okay. So this was on the Saturday evening.
Yeah, just before Malayia had left. Malayia planned to, the baby was going to go with Logan. There was a lot of give me the baby, I'm taking the baby. And then, you can come too. And it was kind of like, Malayia, I spoke to her and I was like, why don't you go with your mom? She wasn't made to go with her mom. As her sister, I could see what was right and what was wrong in that moment. Mm-hmm. And they were trying to persuade her to stay with the baby. And I told her that she really needs to sit and think what's best for her and the baby at this time. And she ended up going with her mom. And that was willingly. It was nobody talking her in to go. I'm just like, you have a home. You'll be treated right. There'll be food. There'll be love. Like, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So I
do gotta jump off. I have some things to do, but I'll catch you later if that's okay.
Absolutely. Thank you, Haley.
No problem.
Okay, so there she is again. Just a question for you guys. How many times, besides on the live, how many times have you guys listened to this video? Did you guys go over to this channel here and listen to it again? Did you subscribe to that channel? Okay. So just like me, I just happened to be lying in bed, saw her video pop up because I'm subscribed. And then I'm like, I got to share this with my audience. I just subbed. Perfect. Thank you. For about 4 times. Yeah, because you always have to listen to things a few times. because sometimes you just don't see it, right? Now, again, many are suspecting that they were picked up by somebody. Was she already telling us the truth there? But she said many are suspecting. Thank you, Ben. I'm gonna go over to Hidden's channel here. Let's take a looky. Let's see what, yeah, hold on. Let me just hit 1.27K. Wow. Hopefully you guys, if you guys are subbing, leave a comment, say that you came from the It's a Crime and Shame army over here. It's Jack and Lily's army. That's what we are. That's what we are from now on, you guys. So we're going to call ourselves It's a Crime and Shame army, Jack and Lily's army. Just like JLR always calls his channel, JLR's army for Sebastian and stuff like that. That's what we are from Jack and Lily. We're their voices. We're the ones that are going to, of course, put it out into the algorithm, keep the word out there for these two faces. So again, this is why we're here. So thank you so much for that. She sounds so fake. You know, again, I'm taking it all in. All I'm trying to do is take what we do know, in a sense, based on the situation, right? So we do know that CPS was already involved a few months before that, which seems to be about the children's development, right? I said right from the start, perhaps, that we don't know how many days they missed of school. You know, we don't know if they were behind in school. Now, I know that there was, okay, and I haven't shown it. I know that there was some information, but about someone, her name is Kat, I believe her name is Kat, K-A-T, which was, it was somebody at the school, somebody that worked at the school. And they put out some information about Jack and Lily, but I have not vetted that. In fact, I actually forgot about it to now. But it was to do with some, not so good things, abuse and stuff like that. I think one of them, but we don't know the truth. I don't know. I would need to vet that, to be honest with you. So I don't want to really get into that too much, obviously, because that's just what I've seen. But I would like to vet that more. I kind of actually forgot about that, about Jack and Lily in that situation, the things that this person has said, that, because there are a lot of people that talk behind the scenes that are from Nova Scotia, that knew these children, that just want answers, and they're speaking up. But a lot of these people tell somebody, say it in a Facebook group. They don't want to be, have attention towards them really, but they want to put out information, right? There's a lot of people like that, What we care about is just Jack and Lily, right? We care about Belinda because Belinda's been fighting a good fight for Jack and Lily's awareness and stuff like that. And again, please always remember, regardless, that family members are watching, that literally just care to find answers for Jack and Lily and stuff like that. So always remember that. Again, these are the family. There's family that literally have nothing to do with this whatsoever, besides only invested in what's happening to Jack and Lily and stuff like that, and to find answers and truth themselves. Remember, there's a big hole missing in a lot of people's hearts. The children at Jack and Lily school, the bus driver, the teachers, right? The community. The community wants answers and they deserve answers. So with that being said, again, prayers to Jack and Lily, prayers to all the family that are missing Jack and Lily and want answers. Thank you very much. Okay, guys. Happy Saturday. Happy Sunday. wherever else you live over there. Go ahead, Vanessa. I know I have some emails. I do know I have some emails going on here. Just give me a second. I want to read something. Oh, actually, you know what? I do want to go. I'll have to read the same email after for this one, but let me just see. Okay, I will read this to you because, so I want to thank Cindy for her of her love and dedication to this case as well. She sends me a bunch of stuff. Appreciate that. So Janie, I'm just going to read this part because I meant to read it. So Janie was in this chat. I had gotten exorbitant amount of messages that day. 1 second. Let me just see. Just give me a second here. Actually, well, you know, I honestly, I probably don't need to sit here and try to show you. I don't really want you guys to see all the people on my Facebook. When I say that, I'm talking about my side chat. So, okay, but I will take a screenie for a sec, okay? I will take a screenie. Thanks, Drippy. Image. Okay. So imagine seeing this in mine and Charmaine and Kent's Messenger, and picture all this, and picture that times 20 of all the things that were said. So I looked at it and I'm like, yeah, you know what? Darren has pretty much said all of that, what Janie's saying. So it's like right here, you can see Janie has nothing to hide, someone saying, but Janie's right here. I have people turning in my driveway, driving slow with their phones. Okay. So Janie's in the chat here. So I just simply asked Cindy, could you give me the gist of the things that stood out to you that Janie was saying? That was in Landon. This is in the public chat. Yeah, the public one. Okay. And so anyways, so I just wanted to kind of go over. So Cindy had said, while Janie did confirm that anything Darren is repeating is coming in from them is the truth. She confirmed her dog is not large. She has a medium size. She calls a Heinz 57, which is what my mom would call my dog back when we were kids. She confirmed that she did hear the kids right around 9 minutes later when she went out. It was just Malayia and the baby in front of the RV, no kids in sight. She also confirmed that Malayia was in no way being isolated, that she was not, meaning that she was not allowed to leave on her own or talk to other people because she did so often. She had her own car and came and went as she pleased. She also confirmed that there was no crazy fights that were there. There was no abuse, that there was no him beating her or her beating him. She lives 100 feet away from my trailer, so would know if it was going on like that and if it was that bad. share that Cheryl, the beach picture chick, claiming that Janie tried to attack her. She said no such thing happened. Otherwise, there would have been other issues with the police that were there. That she told them basically to get the fuck going and get off my property. And I'm trying to think what else there was. There was so much. Okay, so those were some of the things that Cindy let me know was the gist of a lot of that conversation. You guys, I could have like that conversation started at 8 o'clock in the morning. Okay, and that conversation kept going and going, and then it died off for a bit, and then Janie started talking again, and that conversation was a good hour, like many hours. Ain't no way in heck that I'm gonna sit there and try to sit there and put that together. It's not worth my time of day to do that. Oh, there she is. Janie isn't. Oh, is that a different one, Alana? If I got it wrong, Janie isn't in mine. She went crazy one. I kept mine respectful. Is that a different one? I got two chat things that are popping up or whatever. One is the fundraiser, and the other one is I told you, Alana, I don't know shit all about Facebook. So if it wasn't in yours, and I retract that statement because Alana is here right now to get my ass sorted out here on that. But anyways, so she has been in an uncensored chat. Right. Okay. So my bad. My persevere. Heck no, I don't got the time to babysit. I love how respectful you all are. I don't got the time to babysit either. Right. Alana, again, you guys know about the fundraiser. You guys keep seeing it come in chat for Jack and Lily on there. I talked to Lana as well behind on there. And just there's good people like yourselves that are just fighting for the truth. Some people, we're trying to do a lot more by chance. It doesn't mean we're any better than anybody else. But some people like myself, I've created a YouTube channel that deals with true crime. So I can use my space to be an advocate for the missing and the murdered. Alana and Bree, and this is her first time doing a fundraiser. She has the vigil that she did. Sorry, that's the one where Daniel was there and Belinda was there, and she'll be doing another one on August 2nd in honor of these children. Obviously, we hope and pray that these children are found, that they are found alive. And I'll ask you, or if you haven't, no spice, please. Let's see here. That's the big chat. Let's see. Miss Persevere, heck no. Okay. Ha ha ha. So yeah, I'll ask. I'll talk to Alana privately, see what she feels like about this video and what's in it and stuff like that as well with Kent and Charmaine once they have time to go through it. To Charmaine, thank you again for my birthday present that I got today with my pendulum and with my mug that says I'd shank a bitch for you. Thank you so much. Right in the kidney and all that. But anyways, just you guys, if you haven't hit the like and the share, if you want to purchase bracelets and that, and again, there's decals and just any way you want to support Jack and Lily, bring awareness. That's what it's all about, the fundraiser. Again, Alana's going to learn a lot from this fundraiser. I'm sure she's learned a lot already. It's kind of like, like I said, I've had businesses and stuff like that. You live and you learn, and, that's all you can do in life, eh? And I always try to live a YOLO life, that you only live once, right? So in this particular life of mine, again, for anyone, if I'm just going to preach this at the end here. If you're in a domestic situation, please love yourself enough to get out. If you have any information to do with Jack and Lily, please come forward to the number that's on the screen. If you have any addiction issues going on, please seek yourself help. Obviously, you need to love yourself in order to move forward and progress. Vanessa, she's going to send me a picture of her van. I'm going to show you guys her van on the live stream if she lets me. And she's going to live the van life and go on an adventure. Thank you guys again for your love and support. My group, yes, chat is small, and I made one not attached to the group as I don't want crazy chats to affect the group. Exactly, right? The purpose is Jack and Lily answers. So we're going to be called Lily and Jack's Army. It's a crime and shame army. Our voices, our likes and shares, that's what's going to impact, some answers. Hopefully somebody watching this again feels some sort of guilt that has answers. Perhaps it's Daniel. Perhaps it's Malayia. Perhaps it's another relative that has more information that they want to put out there. Why do you think I ain't sleeping? My head hurts. I getcha. I gotcha. Yeah, well, I'll tell you, when I did the first live earlier, all day, I felt like, so I have diabetes, and if I have too much sugar, my head feels foggy. And I think, though, Alana, that it was because I was up late, and then I had broken sleep, and I woke up at 7, and I called my husband. I literally, you guys, I called my husband, and I said, husband, which is Steve Austin, my husband, if anyone takes whatever to me calling my husband. And I said, husband, did you give me a kiss this morning before you left? Because it's the rule. Yeah. And he's like, yeah. And I said, did I say anything to you? And he's like, no. And I was like, so I was out of it? And he's like, yeah. Now, and then I asked him a different question, but I'm not going to tell you because that's X-rated. But anyways, so I literally woke up going, where's my husband? Where's my kiss? And what's going on? And so most of the day I was just looking at the chat a little bit, in the thing, in both kind of groups there. I was talking to some people a bit, and then I would be like freaking out like a light again. And then my husband, I did that a few times, eh? Then my husband comes home and it's like, what, 2:30? And I'm sitting there going, you know what? I don't know if I'm going to do a live today. I just feel totally out of it. I feel like I'm in a fog. And then all of a sudden, hidden in fog, freaking drops this video. And I'm just like, husband, nice snuggling with you, but I got to get up. I need to do a live. This is important. I got to do a live on this. So I wasn't all there myself, Alana. Because I hate it when things are like, you guys, I'm trying to do a thumbnail and I keep hitting the cap lock on, which I wanted on, and then I would hit it off. Okay. And then at one point, it's like, when you're trying to do something and your fingers become like freaking, oil on them and everything you touch just goes haywire. I'm literally just trying to do up the thumbnail and hit the key for caps, and I keep turning it off. And so it starts off as, let's say I'm typing the word Lily, the capital L, capital L, capital I, small L. And so I backtrack, then I do it again. Same thing. Happened about 5 times. I had some rage going on my keyboard, and I took that caps button and I was like, bing, 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 for fuck's sakes, bing, 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 caps. I just want caps. Okay. I was just like, oh my God, I don't know if so I did that live just being like, oh, I felt like I was a drunk almost. I wasn't drunk, but I felt like I was drunk. Anyways, that was my story there. So, Lana, I get you. Y'all got me through the fireworks. They're over. Not my problem. Sounds like a you problem right there, Miss Persevere. Don't blame us for that. Check your sugar, Sonny, when you feel like it. Yeah, I know. Well, I think honestly, that I was just really tired. Yeah. And you guys, I could stay up till 4, 5, 6 in the morning, no problem. Now, 3 o'clock's more my limit, around the 3 o'clock area on there. Always alive in the present moment. Sometimes I met 2 times, just passed away, hit others. This is so sad. Absolutely. Hi, Margaret. How are you? It's a good thing. Anyways, you guys, have a great night. Will I see you tomorrow on Saturday? Probably. But I don't want to say 100%. hit that like. Again, go check out on Alana's or on the community post is where the website is for Jack and Lily. Go purchase some of those bracelets. Go also decals, keychains. Lana, are those up? Are those up on the site? Like, do you guys have those up to purchase now? Like, because I really want some keychains, especially, and a flag, Don't forget to go over to Hidden in the Fog. Are those up now, though? Ben, thank you for being the best online husband ever. Thank you, mods. Thank you, Mark, too. Mark, you're always there. Sharon. Holy the thunder and lightning here. Yeah, Alana, come on now. Chop. Okay? As long as you tell me before you get hit by a bolt of lightning, if those keychains and that are up to be purchased yet. Yeah, how do we buy it? I told you guys, it's on the community post is the website. You guys can drop you guys can join there. Let me just go to the home button here. Alana, are those decals, those keychains? Come on, Alana, stay with me. She probably got hit by lightning. Okay. Can they get to the decals and keychains by this website? I know that the bracelets are up there. Scan the code. Thank you. Thank you, Green. Yeah. Seriously, did she get hit by a bolt of lightning now? All of a sudden, she's radio silent. How do you make a payment? You can do it through the bank, right? Let's see. How do you take? What are they doing for payments? They got PayPal. Oh, yeah, they got PayPal. But you can do it through sending it to the bank. I got keychains with me if you are close, or I can ship. Alana, for your people out of the States and across the pond, what's the best way that you wish for them to do it? Because obviously they could donate to the GoFundMe and tell you that they, I guess how, I just want to make sure, because my brain is dead right now. But are those keychains and that, are they up? You got PayPal? Well, there is a PayPal. 1 second. Remove from studio. 1 second. You guys can find though PayPal, I believe, on the site there too. But let me show you the PayPal. Let me just find it. The bigger size. Right here. Lily and Jack, PayPal. But you have to email, okay? If you're going to do a PayPal purchase, you have to email Alana, okay? Flags are being made, okay. To go in person to the bank. Okay, but you have, okay, if you make a PayPal purchase to purchase items, you have to email, again, it's on the community post, because obviously she's going to need to know whose money that is that's coming through, right? And so give her whatever the reference number for the email, like send her a picture of the transaction from PayPal to Alana King _ Okay, let me put it in chat here. Alana King _ 8229 at hotmail.com. Okay. So you guys, if you're going to do a PayPal, make sure you send her a picture of your transaction and then send her off an email with your address, that she would need to mail. Okay. All right then. Okay. And by the way, the psychic's name is someone named Julie. I'm not going to give you guys a last name on that. Tons of Julies out there. I don't feel whatever. But the person's name that was there, that the psychic reader or whatever, the person that Darren talks about, that person's name is Julie. Okay. But Julie is a name that is all over. So I'm not going to tell you no last name. Mm-hmm. All right, guys. I saw you early in the morning. Yes, I was. Well, I don't know if it was private or not. There's Alana's that's to do with the fundraising, but there, whatever chat that is that I was in, I just know that it dings to my to my iPad. So it's like if I, for instance, obviously, if someone's on my friends and they send me a message, I'm going to see it. Like if Alana sent me a message. So this chat shows up, I guess, on my iPad. So I was talking a little bit in this chat, not much, everything good. Never trying to be a shit disturber in there. It was just very little. I was speaking in there. I'm not a Facebook person. I don't like them. Okay, the GoFundMe. Yeah, the GoFundMe. So I guess if you do Julia, was it Julia? I thought it was Julie. Julia? It was Julie. Julie. The GoFundMe. Just please message me with orders. Okay. So you might want to reach out and say, like I said, maybe you want to do the GoFundMe and let her know that you've made a donation to the GoFundMe for Jack and Lily, right? Because it's all about the awareness. And if people have a hard time paying for it, go to the GoFundMe. Again, email Alana, let her know, take a picture of your purchase or your donation to that, and to send off those items by emailing. But you have to email. Thank you so much, Phoebe, Australia. I'm excited to get out. Okay. Don't wait. Don't use PayPal. They are hold on all money. Okay. So, Alana, just to be very clear then, let's take that off screen. Okay. So, with the payments, you can either send it to the bank account, right, which is what I've done. I just send her an e-transfer. Okay, I can do that. But if you're somewhere across, go to the GoFundMe. 1 second. Let me just, let's see here. I know the GoFundMe is on here. Okay, wait, here it is. If you want to GoFundMe, donate towards the GoFundMe. Okay, remember, so on the home website that they've created, that Christine had to help create. Okay, there. So again, there's $148 raised. However you wish to do this, I'm going to drop the GoFundMe link right here. Oh, wait, that's too long, man. 1 second. That's probably not the link. 1 second. Well, it is part of it, but let's hit the word share. Copy link. Okay. So this link right here will take you to the GoFundMe. And then email Alana, take a picture, send it, tell her your address and what you want to purchase. Okay? But that's the GoFundMe link. That's the Alana King _8229 at hotmail.com. We good? Thank you guys. Again, I know for me personally, I'm going to love getting, I'm going to get the keychains. I love keychains. If I had my keychain right here, I'd show you just how much I love keychains. I got my bracelets coming. I put myself on the block for the draw. Alana has a lot of plans for the vigil for August 2nd, right? So please, again, if you have anything, I'm always, though, once I get my bracelets and especially my bracelets, because I've already ordered those, but like my keychains and that, those are memories that I'll have for this case, because I never forget the cases that I follow, right? The reason why I take on those cases is because they just come across my heart, and there's something about it, that, I'm going to have to straighten out Dolly, by the way, on Sebastian Rogers. I'm going to have to straighten his ass out when he's talking about Sebastian. This channel was the first channel to cover Sebastian Rogers. But unfortunately, the bigger channels, right, like he thinks, but he doesn't realize that this channel, actually, I got the receipts in my lives, right? For Sebastian Rogers. Nobody was covering Sebastian Rogers' case. He'd have to straighten his ass out. Every time he talks about Sebastian Rogers, he talks about him and JLR and stuff. Can you include Dolly? It's a crime and shame and all that, since this channel was the first channel to cover that case, because I wanted it to get out there, right? And then other bigger channels got hold of it. Absolutely. Adam found it on TikTok because it was starting to spread on TikTok. And he's like, hey, so he sends it to me and he's like, hey, there's this case going on TikTok today, right? And it was Sebastian Rogers' case. We were covering Elijah Vu. So we did a live, let's see. So he disappeared on the 26th. Well, his last sighting was on the 25th, but we didn't hear about it till the 26th. On the 26th, I sent out some tweets. And then on the 27th, we covered the live on that one for Sebastian Rogers. Again, very special case, close to the heart on there. Jack and Lily's didn't cover it till about a weekend, thinking that the kids were going to be found. Yeah, you know. So my thing is this, right? So who's ever covering the case for the missing and the murdered, you know, everyone has a place in the true crime world, whether you like somebody or don't like somebody. At the end of the day, the true crime community is definitely a force to be reckoned with when it comes. It's the good, the bad, and the ugly. I know this. I know exactly what goes on, and it doesn't shock me. But I'm here for my purpose in this world, in this lifetime, to do Sunny. And you guys are put on this planet to do you, right? You guys can't be a Sunny as much as you try. Okay, there's only just kidding. But everyone has their purposes, and they all have their reasons why they do things, right? The good, the bad, and the ugly. But we're here to be good. We're here to be about being our best selves in a sense, and doing good for, you know, bringing awareness and stuff like that. Whatever your purpose is, thank you for being here. You guys, it's pretty late. Most people would be in bed by now. Some people obviously are Aussie and they're on a whole different time zone than us. You know, we're in the UK right now. It's morning time. And there's our, hey, mother-in-law, my mama bear and that. But anyways, bless you guys. Thank you for all your love and support for the channel, but always for the cases. Thank you so much. All right. Can't wait till they ship them all out. Yeah. Monday when I get back home. Absolutely. So you guys go flood Alana's email with orders for Jack and Lily. Go to the GoFundMe that I just dropped. The homepage is on the community post, so you guys can find it there, how to get there as well. Okay, guys? And other than that, bless you, love you. Thank you so much for being here. And I am out of here. Bye, guys. Hey. Who told me to play the intro? I was supposed to play the extra. Well, let's try that again. Obviously, I only got one brain cell going on here. Not two at the moment. All right. You guys flood the chat. Anyone that's a member, flood the chat with Lily and Jack, okay? Lily and Jack. If you're a member, use this. If you're not a member, you know what? Just flood it with some hearts of blue and pink for Lily and Jack, and for Belinda, and all the other family members that just want answers. Yeah, Chris. Yeah, Chris. Yeah. He's a good guy. He's a good guy. I used to slag him a lot because he used to bore the F out of me, to be honest with you. That was before. He's a nice guy, though. He's a nice guy. He has a good heart. Good night, everyone. Sleep well. Pleasant dreams. Yeah. Okay. Outro. Outro's coming. Not the intro, but the outro.
An Arctic night, the world is cold. We stand surrounded. We are not alone. Within torn